or hour-ish, just here on Twitch. Today is the like free cash sponsored segment. So we are doing that to start the stream out. We're gonna do like just chatting, but also talk about free cash as well in our like just chatting segment and show a little of the website and things as well. So that is what we are doing to start the stream. That's why we're like, well, I don't want to say on time because we usually trying to start at 1 o'clock. But you know, on time is in like we are here right now and rocking and rolling, you know what I mean? But yes, hello. Hold on, I do have to send a quick message out real quick. Give me 2 seconds, guys. Hello, the time, hold on, guys, give me 1 second. 1 second, actually, okay, set that out. Sorry, I just sent a quick message out. Tell us about this morning. So, lots of things. My brain's all over the place, in good ways, My brain's all over the place. We're working on flexibility. Yes. Loki times have been great. Honestly, we've been pretty consistent on time, at least. I want to start streaming longer, but yes. My appointment, guys. Yes. By the way, I'm feeling a lot better than when I was from the issues or what I was going through with my blood sugar yesterday. It took me a little bit to get it back up, and I knew if I kept being live, it would have been a mess. So got that taken care of, which is very, 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 very good. But no, if you have missed some things, this morning, I had finally my med consult about like my ADHD medications and things like that. I had that this morning for the first time with a new psychiatrist, and oh my God, was it great, guys. Oh my God, was it great. It was so good. I cried because it was so good. Becca, thank you for the sub. We had 2 subs as well. Wait, who else subbed, by the way? Maul, thank you for the resub as well. That's fantastic. Yeah, so let me just like break down. So I go into this disappointment, right? And I'm like, hey girl, what's going on? And she starts going through my medication and she's like, what are you? She's like, this is bad. And I was like, oh, she's like, no wonder you cannot be a normal human being. She's like, I don't know why you are on these medications that you are on. She's like, this is a bad bunch of meds to work together. She's like, I'm assuming you're exhausted all the time. I'm assuming you have no energy. I'm assuming you have no focus. I'm assuming you're irritable. And I was like, well, yes, Anna, thank you for the stuff with Prime. I was like, well, literally, those were all the things I've been struggling with. She's like, I'm assuming you also have some anxiety going on too. And I was like, yup. I literally was like, this is crazy. And the main reason for that I've been experiencing this is I'm on a lot of if you didn't know. Okay, so here's why these interactions are not big. The reason why, if you guys didn't know, I had gastric bypass surgery, right? So my tummy is teeny, tiny. And I am on medications. All of my meds are long-lasting medications, which for a normal human being is fine because it moves through like your intestines and stomach tract for hours. But I have a much smaller stomach, so when I take a long-lasting medication, it actually hurts me more than helps me because my body digests it differently. And when I was prescribed all these medications that I was on, it was prior to me having the surgery. So my body is like having a mess with these medications and they're interacting like crazy because my body is not supposed to be taking this long-lasting medication anymore because it's not built the way that it should. So that was her big thing. She was like, you are on medication that you should not be taking because your body cannot handle it. And so right now it's like you're in like chaos mode 24/7 because your body is trying to have this like what's a medication that's supposed to last like 10 to 12 hours is actually like only being digested for like a 3-hour period, and all of a sudden you're having a crash out mid-afternoon. And I'm like, oh my God, that makes so much sense. Hello? Amazing. So all that to say, we started talking about that, which is wonderful. Hold on, I need to check something for the sponsorship. Give me 2 seconds. I just gotta make sure it's working. Sorry, 1 second, guys. 1 second, guys. Hold on. I had to send a quick message out. It's not counting my live for the free cash thing, and I had to send it out for the timer. But anyways, as I was saying, so I was like, okay, amazing. This is fantastic. So I'm starting a new medication. She was like, eventually, I would love to take you off of everything that you're on. She's like, because I don't think actually anything that you're on is good for you. I was like, okay, clock my tea. She was like, I think everything that you're on is actually awful for you right now. And she's like, and it's making you feel this way. And she goes, and none of these medications are good for what your symptoms are. She was like, so because of that, I want to like very specifically change some things around. Now, obviously, that's a very specific like a very specific and long process. I will have to wean off of things, and part of it is the like replacement theory. So her first thing that I have to do is work on she's like, your sleep is causing a lot of these issues. She's like, because I told her about my sleep schedule and how I've been struggling with it. And she looked through my Aura ring and she's like, this isn't good. She's like, I'll be real with you. She goes, this isn't good for what you're trying to accomplish and what you need. And I was like, oh, okay, slay. I was like, love that for me. Fantastic. Love that for me. Fantastic. So she's like, I want to fix your sleep schedule. So she gave me a medication to start that I'm starting today, which we have to end live a little early because I have to go pick it up from the pharmacy. They didn't have it ready in time, of course. I have to go pick it up before they close. So I'm starting a new medication tonight. So we're going to see. It is not Trazzy's. No, it is called, I'll tell you what it's called. It's called, hold on. It's called Clonidine. Clonidine. If you look it up, it's going to say it's like blood pressure medication, but it's actually great for what I'm trying to accomplish. Oh, I take that. Do you, Cole? Yes. So I'm starting that tonight. Basically, it's going to start to and what we're doing now is a testing phase. She's like, we're going to test things week by week. She's like, so we're going to start a new medication. We're going to also, guys, thank you for this hype train. We're almost to the next level, but I want to like get through this bit a little bit. She's like, we're going to start with this medication. And then see how it feels. She goes, it might make no difference for you. The amazing thing, and this is what I told her, I was like, I can't wait 3 months. I was like, I physically can't do it anymore. I was like, I can't keep living like this for and if a medication goes wrong, Laurel!
My diet, Dr. Kelp?
Please, please,
In person, Kels.
don't prove I'm right.
Laurel, thank you so much. Holy cow. Slay. Thank you. Holy cow. Thank you so much. She basically, it was in person. So we're meeting every week for right now. So I have an appointment with her next Friday, a week from now. And she's like, take the medication. She goes, it might help you significantly. It might do absolutely nothing, or it might make things worse. She's like, but we have to do it like very specifically over a period. Like we have to like test each new medication out before we start doing anything else. Yes, Cole, exactly. So that's great. So I'm going to be seeing her weekly, at least for right now, or at least every other week while we start to like introduce new medications and wean myself off of other medications. And she's like, we got to get you off of Adderall. She's like, Adderall actually is hurting you. Then it's not helping you. She's like, the Adderall you're taking is hurting you. She's like, it's not doing what you need. It's not helping you. She's like, I don't think you should be on Adderall. She's like, I don't even know if you have ADHD. She's like, I just think you have some severe issues with executive dysfunction and with overall like motivation and things. And I think a lot of it is the medications that you've been taking for years have been causing these things to happen. And she's like, and it's not your fault. So I was like, okay, well, damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. So that's really, it was very, it was nice because it was affirming. You know what I mean? Like it was affirming that because something was going wrong, and I was like, I know something is going wrong. Oh, I'm absolutely dependent on it. Yeah, 100%. You become, when you take the medication, the type of Adderall that I'm not taking like no, chocolatey. I mean, when you take the Adderall that I'm taking, which is a long lasting Adderall, you can't, it's not like you pop an Addy and go to work. You know what I mean? It's like a 24/7 medication that I'm on. So like if I went off, and it's a low dosage so that I'm always alert, right? Rather than it being like a short lasting one. So anyways, all of that to say, she was wonderful. It was great. And she was very much like, yeah, this is absolutely like not what you should be on. She's like, I don't understand how you're on these medications and you don't feel like, I don't know how you work every day. She's like, I'll be real with you. She's like, I'm not trying to like make you feel whatever. She's like, I just don't know how you are like getting up and out of bed and working every day. And I'm like, I won't lie to you. It's been kind of tough. And she's like, is it trouble? Do you have a, like when you're streaming, she's like, do you get tired halfway through? And I was like, yeah. And she's like, do you get irritable? I'm like, yeah, ask my chat. Sometimes I turn into a real bitch. She's like, yeah, she's like, all of these factors are because of the medication you're taking. She's like, in your focus. I'm like, literally like, girl, this is literally everything I've been experiencing for like 6 months. I'm like, holy shit. I'm like, this is crazy. So all of that to say, I was like, wow, that's insane. So I don't know how these the new medication I'm going to start. I'm starting it tomorrow. Or starting it tonight. We'll react. How I'll react to it, we'll see. Thankfully, I'm starting it tonight very specifically because I have tomorrow off and I'm not streaming, you know. And I'm not streaming, so I was like, it'll be a great time for me to take it. Is tomorrow, you know. So I'm like, this is great. Talk about our day. I know, but anyways, it was very huge. It was very, very big, and I'm just like. I'm like, oh my God, this was so affirming. You know when you have an appointment where you're like, you've been trying for so long to like, not even advocate for yourself because your doctors are trying, but we just couldn't figure out what was going on. It's just nice for her to look at all of this and be like, wait, why are you taking these things? You know what I mean? Like that was the most affirming thing is she was like, you should not be taking what you're taking right now. Psychiatry. She was a psychiatrist. So I was like, oh, thank God. So I'm seeing her again next week after I take this medication for a bit to see how it feels. And again, I'm sticking with all my current meds that I'm on, but we're going to slowly start basically like replacing and weaning and moving things in and out. But you have to take it step by step. Otherwise you're like dead in the water. You know what I mean? For everything, you know? So, and she's like, and also I want to know if it's going to work or not. She's like, I don't want you to start a medication and take you off of a medication at the same time. She's like, because let's be real. What if one is working and one isn't working? We don't know which one works and which one doesn't. She goes, so unfortunately it's going to be a longer process and we're going to take it one thing at a time. And I'm going to try and do it on a weekly basis. So I was like, oh, thank fuck. So anyways, that was the tea with that. So had that this morning. Guys, thank you for that hype train. Had that this morning. Went very well. Yeah, it's like when somebody understands it is quite literally the best feeling. Like it is quite literally the best feeling. I won't lie. So thank you guys for that hype train. So I was just like, oh, that was really wonderful to have and feel. Yeah, exactly. Like I was able to like sit and talk with her about things. And then she was like researching stuff while we were talking about it. And I was like, oh, you actually know what you like know what to say and know what to do. I was like, this is wonderful. So I had that this morning. And that was really nice. And then I also had to record some stuff for a sponsorship that I got done, thankfully, that I did this morning. That was like a separate individual thing. So that was really great. And yeah, it was really, really wonderful. Yeah, that's dangerous, right? See, like that's the thing is like, unless you see a psychiatrist, it's so dangerous to do that. Like I was weaned off of a medication that I took for a while called venlafaxine or Effexor. And if you guys were here for that time period when I did that, I literally thought I was going through withdrawal symptoms. Like it was crazy. It was, if you were here for that, you know how bad it was. It was awful. It was quite literally like the worst. And I had to call my doctor and be like, I can't do this. Like, I'm like, we have to do it lower amounts of wean. It took me 3.5 months to wean off of that medication. 3.5 months. That was like, God, I don't even know. It was when I was still living in the camper. So quite a bit ago. Like, I think end of summer last year or something, maybe even earlier than that, actually earlier than that, because it's almost been a year that I've been here. So yeah, it was a lot. So anyways, all that to say, I was like, oh, thank God, baddies. So it was very, very affirming. Very, very good. And I'm very happy about it. Wait, you lived in a camper? Yes. For a long ass time. Before I was in this space, I streamed from a camper, an RV. I think I remember. Yeah, it's been a while. Lore. Yeah, if you've never seen it, if you scroll back on my videos, you'll see the camper stuff. It's all on my TikTok. which is so left. I'm so scared to go. Yeah, that's the thing is like I told her I was like I can't just go like I can't do anything crazy because I can't not work. You know what I mean? I'm like I can't. Streaming is not a job where I can like take off. I'm like so we have to at least try and like like makes I would rather make incremental adjustments that are working for me and still doing what I'm doing than trying to like change everything at once. And she's like I would never do that. She was like that is like literally the most dangerous thing you could do. She's like I would never do that for you. I was like okay, thank you. She was like there are options for you. She's like I already have concepts of an idea down the line. She's like but we have to do things one by one and it's going to take a while. She's like this process is going to be like a 3-month process. She's like it's not going to be fast. She's like so like she's like it's going to be testing. She's like there may be some days where it's like she's like it's not going to it's not going to be a good day. And she's like and when that happens she's like I need you to like, you know, let me know, you know. You didn't get notified? We just started recipe. We started 20 minutes ago, so you didn't miss much. You didn't miss much because I was on that too as a zombie. Yeah, it's crazy. It was crazy. Yeah. So all that to say, it was like a really, really good appointment this morning. So I'm very happy about that. And it was just nice to be like, she's like, are you struggling? She's like, I'm assuming you stream. She's like, do you struggle to do stuff like after stream or before stream? And I was like, literally, I was like, I don't think you understand. I'm like, I can't move before or after stream. I was like, I get like 3 to 4 solid hours streaming and then I'm dead. And she's like, yeah, your body is literally freaking she literally said, and she swore, she's like, your body is freaking the fuck out. And I was like, oh my God. She's like, I don't understand what they've put you on. She's like, I don't understand. She's like, I really don't get it. She's like, they just added things, but none of it makes any sense. And they're hurting you. She's like, these meds are not helping you. They're actively causing you from being a normal human being. And I was like, oh, like it was just refreshing for me to say that. And she's like, and the lovely thing too is she's like, I want you to know, she's like, you have full autonomy here. She's like, so if you don't want to do this, if you feel for some reason that like you need to stay on what you're on, she's like, you need to tell me and I won't change anything. And I'm like, no. I was like, we're changing shit. She's like, but it was just nice for her to be like, I want you to know that you have autonomy in all of this. Like, I'm not going to force any change on you. And I was like, girl, where have you been? I was like, where have you been? I was like, where have you been for years? Where have you been for years? I was like, holy shit, this is crazy. This is crazy. Oh my God. I was on LinkedIn for a while. Kat, thank you for the sub. I was just like, oh, like it just was great. And if you didn't know what I take like, Wellbutrin, buspirone, clonazepam, and Adderall, and they don't mesh. And she's like, for your body type, this is terrible. And it would work for some people. She's like, I get why they might have put you on something. She goes, but also you lost 200 pounds. Your stomach is the size of this. She's like, it's not, your body is going to digest medication so much differently than other people. She's like, it's not good. She's like, what you're taking is not good. She's like, the Wellbutrin is not helping you. It's actually hurting you. And she's like, and above all else, the clonazepam is awful for you. And so I was like, okay. And then I was just so nervous because I was like, okay, so I have to schedule my next appointment. And I was very much like, okay, so like, what is it gonna be like 3 months? And she was like, I can see you next Friday. And I literally was sitting in the chair. I said, are you fucking kidding me? Like she goes, I can see you next Friday. And I was like, are you kidding me? I was like, wait, what? Hello? I was like, wait, are you serious? She's like, I was like, okay. She's like, it's in the morning. She's like, are you okay with that? I was like, the earliest, I was like, I'll take whatever you got. I was like, I'll take whatever you got, babes. Like, sign me up, honey. No questions asked. I said, I'll take it. She goes, okay, great. She's like, then that's what we'll do. And we'll take our next step after that. So anyways, that was that. It was really, really nice. So I felt really, really good about that. And I was like, wow. Isn't buspirone 3 times a day? Yes. Yep. I take it twice a day. You should take it 3, but I take it twice. Handpicked from heaven. Was she's a psychiatrist. She's a psychiatrist. She's like, I don't know the exact term. She's a doctor, but she's not, I don't know the exact term. Like it's like she is licensed in mental health medication specifically. Wait, what was the Wellbutrin doing to you? I take it. Here's the thing. Everybody is, I don't want to like be anything with medication because I'll be real with you guys. Every single individual in this chat is going to have a different reaction to the medication they take. That's what's so fucked up about all of it is like, I could be like, my side effects for Wellbutrin could be something completely different for you guys, right? You know what I mean? Like, it's just different. Entirely, like every person's medication and structure, it's dependent on your body, what you suffer from, you know what I mean? Like there's so many different things. So it was crazy. Yeah, you just have different reactions. The reason that my body is reacting differently right now is because I am taking long-lasting medications that usually called, if you know, like Adderall XR or whatever it's called. I take that, and then clonazepam and my Wellbutrin are all long-lasting medications, and my stomach, because I had gastric bypass, digests things much quicker and is not built for long-lasting medication. Extended release. Yeah, my system is not built for extended release medication anymore. She was like, she's like, it just doesn't work that way. She goes, in somebody's regular stomach, it does, because the medication sits there and actively is releasing as it goes through your intestines. She's like, you are having it fully digested within like 20 minutes probably of all your medications. And then your body is like, duh, and having a freak out, and then you crash. She's like, so no wonder you're exhausted by like 3 o'clock. And then she's like, and the second wind is happening because your body kicks it back into gear because it's still digesting. And I'm like, oh my God. Like, it was just amazing. It was like, it was just so affirming. I was like, oh, it was just so affirming. So I don't want to talk about, I mean, we'll continue talking about it, but you know, it was just a really, really lovely thing. Yeah, she was just wonderful, you know? She was just wonderful. My coffee's way too hot. It's burning my tongue. And so, yeah, it's like, it's different for everybody. So we'll see. She's like, we got to test things, you know? She goes, she's like, not to be like this holistic medicine person. She goes, I'm not. But she's like, circadian rhythm is very important for motivation, for executive dysfunction, and for anxiety. And she's like, and based on what I'm looking at, you have the worst circadian rhythm of anybody I've ever seen. And she goes, I believe it is your medication that's causing this circadian rhythm issue. She's like, some of it is you need to like go to bed and be an adult. And I was like, that's fair. She's like, but some of it too is your medication is not allowing you to fall asleep. She's like, so we're going to adjust it. She's like, we're going to start something new. If that works, it's going to replace something and we'll wean you off of the other. And we'll continue to do this for different medications to see how you work. She goes, but my first goal for you is your sleep hygiene. She's like, that's the first step. She goes, once I get you in a solid sleep hygiene state, then I can start actually looking at your medication to see what's working and what is not working. Does the clonazepam not make you, the clonazepam makes me not think at all. But the issue with the clonazepam is that the way that the medication, it's, again, my body is very different because of my surgery. So the way that like I digest medication and the way that medication goes through my body and activates is just different. So like the actual effectiveness of the medication is not very strong. Or not working the way it should. And the issue with the clonazepam is her analogy she gave me with clonazepam, she's like, imagine I never let you ever walk before, but I wrapped your feet in bubble wrap. She's like, I put your feet in bubble wrap and told you to exist in the world and walk in the world. She goes, you would feel no pain. She goes, but at the same time, you would not be able to walk normal. She's like, walking normal is not possible because you're constantly tripping over things. You're constantly thinking about what's on your feet. She's like, she's like, it just doesn't. She's like, it doesn't work. And she goes, and imagine I took that bubble wrap and forced it to work with something that's supposed to make you run really fast. She's like, you're taking an Adderall that's supposed to make you run really fast while in bubble wrap shoes. She's like, that doesn't work. She's like, it doesn't work. She's like, you are literally going to fall apart. She's like, so what I'm putting you on, she's like, just imagine they're socks. She's like, imagine I'm putting you in socks instead of bubble wrap. And I was like, I get that now. I was like, thank God. So anyways, that was the tea. Well, good. Yeah. So that was my appointment this morning. Very, very lovely. Very, very good. So felt really, really good about that. And I'm like, okay, we're moving and grooving, you know? Okay, socks. Okay, socks. So unfortunately, I will have to end a little bit early today because I need to go get that medication and my pharmacy closes at 7. So I'll end at like 6:15 ish or something. But you know what? We're locking in on it and I got to do it, you know? So, I'm sorry, we'll have to end a little early today. But right now, guys, I do need to talk about free cash because this first hour of the stream, we're gonna be playing Fortnite today, but this first hour of the stream, guys, is sponsored by free cash. You guys know I've talked about free cash for the past few weeks, but today is like the sponsored segment. So I'm gonna showcase the website and show off some things as well. If you don't know what free cash is, it is a website that you can go on and play iOS games or games on your Android or even on PC and earn money for gift cards. I know that sounds like crazy, but it is the real thing. And I want to thank you guys for sticking around for this sponsored segment. We'll keep doing our Just Chatting stuff. Just imagine this is Just Chatting while also talking about free cash for the afternoon. And we'll have it for the next like half hour or so. But I'm going to showcase the website a little bit. And if you have questions about free cash, our goal is to try and get 5 people to do the cash out. We're at 2 people right now. And we only have till the 1st. So if you haven't cashed out and you've been playing and you're able to, let's get working on it, babies. All right. And as always, I appreciate you guys being here for this. My God, spending Slay. I love that. I love that. Well, that's amazing. So basically the way free cash works, I'll show you guys the website. Let me show you guys the website real quick. It is, if I can get things to work, please. Hello. This is the website. Does it going to be work outside the US? Marble, it depends if is it saying you have a VPN? You have to turn off the VPN stuff if you do. I love that. We have here, let me go onto the website. So this is the website, baddies. This is the free cash website. Basically, if you follow my link, it'll take you here to sign up with your account. And all you have to do, guys, is you pick a game that you want to play, and then you can play and start earning money. So you literally just like, a lot of people have been playing the Disney Solitaire, I feel like. I think that's the one. And then you scan the QR code with your phone and it downloads it automatically. If you're not on iOS or on mobile already, most of you will probably be downloading this on mobile. And from there, it should, sorry, 1 second, guys. Hold on. Sorry, I got a message. Okay. I ain't got no idea how to play Solitaire. Yeah, Disney. I don't know how to play Solitaire either, so I wasn't gonna play that one. I have no idea how to play that. Sorry, I had a message I had to respond to about it. But anyways, as this works, so as you play the game, wait, is it actually free cash? Yes, I'm not kidding you guys. Like, I want to do this before. I want to do this if I want to like be like, do this and you have to do something to make money. It is like actually real. I know, Francisco. Girl, I know. It's crazy. But the way it works is you literally like you play the game, and from there you earn cash back that you can then use to cash out for things, as you can see here. So there are literally hundreds of gift cards. It's gift cards basically, but there's like Target, so many. There are literally so many. I mean, there's like obviously the big ones, of course. Like DoorDash is one. There's a whole bunch of stuff. There's a whole bunch. Temu. It's super easy. Oh, okay. Slay. How many ads do you go through though? I've seen there's 4 ads every 3 to 4 minutes of gameplay, so I don't actually play much. I don't know, KitKat. It's dependent on the game, I believe. Some people can mention in the chat though, for those who have played it, and you can also cash out to PayPal too. Yeah, if you just want the cash straight, you could do that as well. Newegg is one too, that, you know, if you're getting like PC parts. So there's tons of things that you can do to cash out with it. TurboTax, if you're doing your taxes. TurboTax, get a gift card for TurboTax, baby. Do your taxes, bitch. Do your taxes, bitch. Get a gift card for TurboTax, honey. Get a gift card for TurboTax and do your taxes, all right? Because it's that time. The M&M gift card. I know, it's funny, right? There's a lot of like random stores, which I think is kind of funny. But there's obviously, you can see there's literally a ton, guys. Sort the cards. Have you used Fetch? I have not used Fetch. No. What is Fetch? I don't know what it is. Yes, wait to the next level in Solitaire. I'm gonna cash out. I love it. Yes, I want to see if we can get some folks to cash out today. That's my goal. I want to see if we can get to 5 today. Credit Karma, literally Credit Karma. There's so many. A lot of these stores I don't know. I'll be real with you. But it's if you played the what was the other one we did? Oh my God, I can't remember the name of it. whatever one we did that was it's very similar to that one. If you cash out to Stash, yes. So there's also, I have like offers for things too. So like, as you'll see what happened, you get my offers. Okay. Start tour. There's like main rewards that you get for each game. So this is a game I did download because it was one of the PC games called Merge Gardens. But cha-ching, honey, we just got 5 cents. Every time you do stuff, you get like certain amounts. So when you unlock an area, as you can see, you get 64 cents. Unlock, you know, you get money as you play is how it works. For those who are curious on how it works. Oh, really? Okay, J. Kepler, slay. I didn't play Merge. We might look at that game a little bit. So there's that, and then you can cash out, as you can see here. Literally, as you can see, you can cash out by using PayPal. You can use Venmo. I have literally $10 I can withdraw right now if I wanted to. If I wanted to, I could literally withdraw my $10 right now. I have $10 already from playing a little bit, so I could withdraw that if I want. I think I could withdraw that right now. Yeah. Like I could literally do that right now and hit withdraw. So obviously there's a withdrawal fee or whatever. So I get $8. I'm gonna get $8, and that was just for me playing a little bit of the game, installing it, and signing up, just like that, baddies. That's how easy it was. So kind of cool. Very, very easy. I'm going to actually withdraw so that I can see if it counts for our stuff here. There's also like quests and things that you can do. So as you can see, there's different rewards for each game that you play. And when you install a game, you'll have all these options for like the My Offers and things as well. And then there's a whole bunch of games that you can play. And you can also filter it by what device you have. So you have Android or iOS or desktop. Desktop has the least amount or whatever. But if you have Android, you could do that. You can, Awissa, yeah. You can, yeah. So, like, if you have Android, there's Android ones specifically. The Amazon gift cards don't have a withdrawal fee. There you go. Look at that. Is there a catch to this? No catch. I swear to God. I know it seems like, wait, what? Like, I promise you guys, I would not advertise something if there was, like, a catch to it. I promise you. It's from Stream Elements. Stream Elements is, like, one of the biggest streamer advertisers out there. This is, like, there's no catch to it. I don't know how the money works. I'm assuming it's just through ads and people... like the games wanting people to play them. I'm assuming. I don't actually know specifically how the money is like. Yeah, the catch is they're getting you to play the mobile game and potentially getting a customer. Exactly what Maul said. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. They're basically it's like advertising. It's both. So you do ! free cash in the chat. It'll take you you have to go through my link to install and download everything and sign up for an account, but that's how you do it. It's very easy to do. But that's how you do it. You have to follow my link or it won't count. Yeah, and like obviously if you make it an app, and that's probably the catch, guys. The biggest catch, what Meredith just said. If you obviously spend money in the game, then you're gonna earn more money because that's how it works, right? Like we won't beat around the bush there. But the reality is you can earn free money pretty easily. Like this time, I've not done anything for this $10.45. I played the game for 3 minutes, so like I have a balance already that I can withdraw. So like it already exists. You know what I mean? So that's kind of how it works. But yeah, as you can see here, there's like more there. So and then there's other rewards you can do. As you can see, thank you for signing up. I appreciate that, Lil Ducky. When you spend $10, see these bonus rewards here, guys. This is the big one. You also get a lottery ticket, right? So like spend $10 or more on the game and you get more. So that's the unfree part, right? So that's how they advertise it a little bit, if that makes sense. So that's how it works. That's how it works. And so you can play any of these games, ready to go, and get rocking and rolling. Right now, I could unlock 100 if I do all the tasks here that are not paid. I can get $181 or whatever. You know. Then is yeah. If you make an app purchase, you make more money, but you don't do that. But it's free cash otherwise. So that's how it works, y'all. And it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of cool. I just did it. Yes, it takes a little bit to show up on the thing. So what we are trying to do, and I love to be transparent with you guys. As you guys know, I love to be transparent on how much I earn on these sponsorships. Every person that signs up, I earn $3. Every person that installs a game through free cash, right now we have 35 folks, I earn another $3. So that's the beginning level. For every person that cashes out, I get $50. So that's a pretty penny. We've only had 2 people cash out so far. So we're trying to get some more folks to cash out. to cash out. So if you are eligible to cash out and you're willing to cash out early or today, that is the vibe, that is the slide that we are trying to do. We're trying to get as many people to cash out today as possible. So I'm going to cash out here now. I don't know if it'll count towards me because it's my account, but I'm going to I don't think so. Let me go to full video here. I don't want to just show my PayPal details. So let me go to full video here and I'll tell you right now if it is or is not. Okay? Let me let you know. I'm going to try and see if I can. Let's see. The minimum withdrawal is $25. So there you go. For the first withdrawal. So there it is. I just found out. So that makes sense. I figured it would be something like that. So the minimum amount to withdraw first is $25, and then there's no minimum for future withdrawals. So if you withdraw once for 25, after that you can withdraw for any amount. You don't have to have a set amount, but the first is 25. That makes sense to me. So the first is 25. I was like, there's a way I just have $10 I can just grab for free. So you have to get the extra 10 or whatever. Gonna go play bingo, as you should, Mallard, as you should. And I have till the 1st of the month for cash outs as well, guys. However, the cash outs can take anywhere for a couple of days. So like now is the best time to get us through till Wednesday or whatever. So let me know if you do cash out. Cowboy, thank you for the sub. I so appreciate that. Thank you. And that's kind of how it works. So yeah. Any questions I can answer on it? By the way, guys, we're only 6 points away from our plus goal as well on Twitch, which is slay. So only 6 points. That's correct. 6 subs. That's it. Or 1 tier 3 sub. And then that's it, baddies. So that's also very, very slay as well. Yes, do a PowerPoint. Okay, deal. I'll do a PowerPoint. I can absolutely just like start a game and see if we can hop onto one here. Let's see. To quote you, that's the shit. It's true. Let's see. I think I have everything set. Let me see here. Hold on. Let me make sure. Do they have Sudoku? I think they have I don't know if they have Sudoku. Is it available in the US? No, it should. I believe it's available outside of the US too, but please tell me if I'm wrong. I'm gonna download one of the games, see if we can play it here just for a couple minutes. But please tell me if I'm wrong. It should be available outside of the US as well. I believe should be at the very least. Thank you, Dark Unicorn, for signing up. You got it in the UK? Yeah. In Canada, at least. There you go. So yes, for the most part. Y'all. And then it's mobile games like these. Hold on, let me see if I can let me go back to the test screen. Guys, thank you. Addison, thank you as well. This is one of the games. Again, I don't play a lot of mobile games, so I don't know a lot of them, but this is one of the only PC ones that's available. There's more obviously on iPhone and Android. This is called Merge Garden. My country, yeah. So let's go. Yes. So there's 3. So obviously there's a whole bunch of stuff we can do. I'm gonna skip all this conversation stuff, but it's like, you merge games. It's mobile games, guys. You listen, we're not beating around the bush here. We know what it is, right? It's mobile games, baddies. We get it, Girl, what am I doing wrong here? This one? Then we do this one. It's mobile games. We get the gist, Guys, thank you guys for signing up. I appreciate it. Thank you. All those signups help so much. Have you seen all the Merge Mansion? No, is there a lot of Merge Mansion lore? Oh wait, wasn't there like a whole series of like videos or something? Guys, look at you guys. Thank you guys for all the signups. I appreciate it. No news here. Yeah, you guys know. It's the stuff your mom loves, Double tap the flower. I know Bird is doing something. The Pedro Pascal's. Yes. Wasn't there like a whole story? Guys, thank you for all the signups. I appreciate it. So yes, the goal is, guys, the big goal, if you are able to play and get to $25, is cash out. Once you hit $25, you can cash out for the first time. So when you hit that, if you are willing to, that is what we're trying to get. We're trying to get at least 5 folks to cash out. We're at 2 so far. As breathe life into my lungs. That's so funny. Oh. Hello, witch lady. Oh, wait, he's kind of hot, guys. I know my camera's blocking a little bit. Okay, Mike. Hey there, ladies. OT. There is a lot of like lore with these guys, isn't there? That's so funny to me. That's actually hysterical. Excuse me, me and my Heroes of History are not a mom game. Sorry. My bad. Might be. So sorry. But guys, thank you. We've had 66 people sign up and 35 install a game. So make sure to install if you haven't already. But thank you guys. And we're trying to get just a few more folks to do the cash out. So it helps a lot. I really appreciate it. And yeah, we got about 20 minutes left of this segment, and then we'll go to Fortnite after this, guys. But I'm happy to answer any questions you guys have about it. And yeah. Okay, wait. Boosters unlock puzzle 1. Oh God. See, this is, how do I take off ad lock on Android? Does anybody know? Does anybody know for Alien? Emily, we are doing our free cash sponsorship right now. We had to do an hour-long sponsored segment for the free cash that we've been doing. So we are currently in the midst of this going on right now. Because of a dang train? Oh no! Wait, T. Is the bomb bad or good? Oh, okay, wait. Okay. Oh, wait, I'm kind of eating. Oh my God, I'm kind of eating, guys. I'm kind of eating. Bombs are bonuses. I love this if you guys know. Free, I got a red nectar. I'm skipping the conversation. They're cute, but the lore is kind of whatever. Okay, we're level 2. So now I think, if I remember correctly, when I unlock area 2, I'll get 6 cents, basically. Hi, friends. Hi, Lindsay. Lindsay, we're doing our free cash segment to start, y'all. Welcome on in if you're just joining in, by the way. We're going to play Fortnite here in a little bit. Thank you, Emily, for this sub with Prime. Batty. I so appreciate that. Mallard installed their first game. Look at that, y'all. Thank you. Guys, we're now just 5 points away from our plus goal for the month. So thank you guys so much. It's going to start showing up. They all come in at once. So we're going to have a bunch. Little Ducky also installing their first game. Thank you. Double tap of flower to harvest nectar. Team. Yippee. Thank you guys so much. Hopefully we'll see. Let me know if you do cash out, by the way. If you do cash out, please let me know if you do. And then I can celebrate that too. Because sometimes it's not clocking it right away. So, ooh, you're like a special jelly or something. I'm obsessed with Disney Solitaire. They're like the time sync games, I feel like. You know what I mean? Lomo, thank you for selling your first queue too. Wait, what do I have? I have a... Do I keep doing this? I think I need to keep doing this and get 3. Okay, slay. Thank you guys for installing the games. I so appreciate that. Get all of those there. For some reason, they really do want the cash outs are like the most. Oh, hold on, I got a message real quick. Lace, thank you. Hold on. Okay. I'm just unregistered. Guys, thank you for installing the games as well. I appreciate that. Yeah, I feel like Disney Solitaire is like one of the ones. Is Monopoly Go on there too? I think you also unlock more as you play some of the games. Oh wait, I don't need to do all this. Okay, wait. We need, how many do we need? Oh my God, T. I think I have to keep go. Ooh. Oh. Mobile game vibes. Okay, wait. I tap so. Ooh. What did that make? Oh. Oh. I don't really know what I'm doing. I think I need to do more nectar. Tap the nectar to heal more land. We just have to keep making more nectar, baby. She's kind of slow. I'm not going to lie. She's kind of slow as shit. But yes, there's a lot of games. Very easy to install. Again, I would not, as you guys know, I turn down sponsorships all the time for shit that's like annoying and not real. This is real. So this one is real. So it is very real. But you know, you guys know. I'm playing the off-brand Pokemon right now. Are you? Oh my God, guys, speaking of which, I do have later tonight, I'm going to pick up my pre-order for the new ETB that's dropping, which I'm also very excited about. Pokemon cards. I might film a little video for that. Very excited about that. Okay, I'm getting a lot of stuff here. Nice job. Guys, he's kind of hot. I'm not going to lie. Search the mansion. Because I don't know if mine showed up for you. I have not seen it yet, Jenna, but it takes a little bit to show up. It does take a little bit to show up. So if you just did it, it takes like 20 minutes sometimes to register or clock that it is. It takes like 20 minutes or so. So it should take a little bit. But yeah, this is exciting. I'm very excited about it. Slay. Once again, if you do exclamation point free cash in the chat, it'll give you the link to go watch it or to get it downloaded. To get downloaded, yes. Hold on, I'm looking at something real quick on my computer. Let's see. Let's get this one. So Charby, if you go onto the website here, and you go to my offers, you will see all of the different areas. Meredith cashed out. Can we get some huge slays for that? Meredith! You got us to 3, baby. Thank you, Meredith. Emmy, okay, so I do have an answer on how to do that. Are you on Android or iPhone? Are you on Android or iPhone? Yay, went through finally, been waiting. Yay! Okay, on your iPhone, you do, for some reason, there is a native VPN that exists that you have to turn off. You do not have to do this if you don't want to, but you can. If you go to iCloud in your settings and look up Private Relay, that's what you have to turn off, and then you'll be able to download it, no problem. Private Relay. But yeah, so if you go to the My Offers section, Charby, you should be able to see all of these here. Guys, thank you so much for everybody that's on their first game. As you can see, it shows basically all of the like games that you'll have installed will be up here. And then from there, you can see all the quests and how much you earn from the quests. And then you see your balance in the top corner there. And then you can cash out when you like to. You know what I mean? Thank you. It's going to go towards taxes. So thank you, Meredith. Thank you, Meredith. Guys, thank you for selling the games. I really appreciate it. We're just trying to get 2 more folks to cash out, baddies. 2 more. So we're really slaying that. Yes, taxes. As a literally cowboy, I had my tax meeting earlier this week and it was a lot. What are the burning rewards? That is a great question. Wait, I don't know. Wait, here? Is it these ones here? It seems there's a streak reward you can get. I'm trying to see if there's any others that I'm missing though. Hi, Buka. How are you? It's still not working? That's T. Emmy, that's weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Maybe try just restart your device, and then if it doesn't work, then don't worry about it. Unless you want to keep doing it, then I can ask for sure. You might have to restart your device. Let me just check the thing here they said. But private relay off, and then, oh yeah, you do have to restart your device. Mall is like the know-how for free cash. I love it. Our limited rewards for bigger payouts. There you go. T. No, Gracie, I haven't picked it up yet. I'm going after my stream. I didn't have time to do it before my stream. After my stream, I'm going to go pick it up. I'll probably record a video for it for TikTok, I think. Yeah, let me know if it works for you guys or not. But no worries if not, baddies. And yes, we just got a little bit longer baddies for this little. Ooh, we got a little bear treat sleigh. Yeah, so exciting. I'm excited about it. Search the mansion. Okay. Oh my God, so many clues. Okay. And yeah, once we finish this up, baddies, we will be switching to Fortnite. An ETB, I know, you're like, what is an ETB? Play this on stream. Kenzie, yes, we're doing this. We are we're doing a sponsored segment right now for Free Cash. And Free Cash, we'll be wrapping it up here shortly, is like mobile games. And so we're playing a mobile game through Free Cash right now. Yeah, I like them too. I think they're a great free way to help. You know what I mean? An ETB is a Pokemon big box. It's is it early trainer? Is that the word? Early trainer box? I can't remember what the E stands for. I can't remember what the E stands for. I can't remember what the E stands for. You were the one last summer, did you? Elite trainer box, thank you. I don't know why I said it early. Thank you, Charby. I appreciate it. Okay, so yeah, there are burning rewards that you should see. Charby sent me one here. Slay, yeah, so they're the little like streak rewards. Perfect, yeah. So on mobile, you should be able to see all of them. Kenzie, thank you for the follow. Thank you. I need a bag for installing the first game. A double tap also activates boosters. T. Okay. Let's just play Monopoly Go. Now we will look for exactly. Just fun little things like that. Wait, Betty, which one did you buy? Wait, that's so T. I love that. I love that. Bum, bum, bum. But yes, please let me know if you do cash out. Sometimes it takes a few days. How, Meredith, how long did it take for it to register for you? For the cash out? How long did it take, Batty? Did it take a hot minute? Took about a day. Okay, T. So yeah, so guys, the best time to do it is when you get that is in the next little bit when you hit that $25 mark there. That's the hard part, is getting the 25 bucks, of course. Is anybody close to it? Richard guy, but what's going on? Let's find out. Okay. My God, now we're in the full game here, guys. Did you really, Allie? Wait, T. Let me know if you cash out. Obviously you don't have to, like, once you finish cashing out, like, you can keep doing it and you can cash out again later. But the T is, it only counts for us for that right now through the first, and it can take like a couple of days to register. So yeah. Okay, wait, can I put these eggs together? Oh, I got another bird. Okay, T, so these hatch more birds. I see. So now I should be able to grab these bad boys. Grab these bad boys. Thank you. I appreciate it. And now can I merge all these? Here we go. Does it show you while you're in the game? I don't think it shows you while you're in the game. And I don't know because I haven't played it on mobile yet. Yes, I think the gift cards are quicker. The gift cards you get like in an hour. Lindsay, I think did a gift. Lindsay, are you here, babes? I don't know if Lindsay's here. Lindsay, I think did a gift card and got it like within like 30 minutes. Got it within like 30 minutes. I think for anything that's like a bank transaction, of course, it takes like, they have to like, you know, send it to your bank or whatever. But if you do like a gift card, it's much, much faster. Yeah, is that what you did, Lindsay? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to try and grab... I do like how you don't have to think for a lot of these. These are also... I like... The mobile games are funny because you don't have to think about them. What do I do with these? Yeah, of course. I might as well give her within 30 minutes. I do extra steps to verify it. There you go. T. There it is. T shade. Love it. Love it. Love it. So yeah, we're gonna get ready for Fortnite here in a second, guys. But any other questions about free cash before we start to wrap up the free cash section of the stream? And again, it goes through the first, guys. It goes through the first. So we do have a little bit. Unlock new area. Wait, I think I unlocked the... So is this the second area? I think because I unlocked this area, it should... I think that unlocks this area here for me, I believe. I don't know if it'll do it right away or how long it takes, but I should unlock area 2 here. It should show up for me shortly. Which is kind of slay. Hatch that. Oh, I got a parcel. Hello. Delivery. Oh my God. Buy egg and shop. There's so many. Thank you, Rosalita, for signing up. I appreciate it, Batty. Yeah, I think it also depends on what game you play too. Like some games you earn faster than others. I don't know which ones are super fast. Charby, thank you for selling your first game. Maybe Lindsay. Lindsay, how long did it take you to earn your cash out? I feel like it wasn't that long, right? If I remember. Arcadia, thank you for selling one too. I appreciate that. Bum bum. Can I do this? Wait, how many do I get? Okay. T. Emily, thank you for signing up. Not long have I played a lot. Yes, I think you do, obviously you have to play a little bit, you know. Oh, we unlocked somebody. We unlocked a new character. Let's see. The ones with burning rewards, T. Okay. All right, some more characters that we've unlocked. Domino game, the T is level up with a certain time frame they give you. Got it. Yeah, we can look at some of those. So anyways, this is the game. You guys kind of get the T there. We'll show the website just again real quick here. Oh, I got to do that eventually. Wait, yes. That's fine. Oh, wait, did I miss something? I think I missed something. Hold on. What was that? What was that sound alert? I don't know what that sound alert was. Oh, we made money, guys. Look at guys. I unlocked completed. We completed 2. I unlocked area 2, so I got 6 cents. We did that today. So there you go. It counted it. Just from that little bit that we played. Derby, thank you for the follow. So there you go. This one looks pretty big. This one is like you get a spin where you can get up to $215. So that seems to be a big one. Obviously, you have to keep unlocking more areas, so it's a lot of work, but that's kind of the tea there. But as you can see, there are a ton of different games that are there. There's different whole bunch of different ones. There's different reward details. So as you can see, a lot of these, there's like limited rewards. There's also the games you get for playing. And then there's the main rewards as well for these games. So that one's the Pocket Champs Android. This one is Monopoly Go. I feel like is the one that people know a lot very easily. But like these are the so as you can see, these are the burning rewards. Look at all these. These are where you earn a lot. These earning rewards are kind of crazy, right? And I feel like actually when we played this one, it wasn't hard to get the levels on this one. I won't lie. I feel like it was pretty easy. But you get stuff for every day that you play, and there's different games you can download and install. So there's a lot. So yeah. Hi Dolly, how are you? Welcome in. Dark Unicorn, that I don't know. I don't think it'll count if you already have a full account and have done it. I think you have to be a fresh. I'm 98% sure you have to be, unfortunately. I know a lot of people who did Monopoly Go from the first time we did stuff. So I think it's only if you do a fresh install or you have like a new account or something. The private relay, all you do is go to settings. What are you drinking? I'm drinking a raspberry iced tea. You go to your settings and then you can change it to, you look for private relay. It's in the iCloud settings. But guys, thank you. We've had 75 folks sign up for free cash and 49 install a game through free cash. So you guys are slay for that. And 3 folks cashed out for the first time. We're gonna try and get to 5, so 2 more, and we'll hit that our little goal there, y'all. We got a few days for that, so I feel like it's definitely feasible. Definitely feasible. So that's super, super exciting. Super exciting. But yeah, otherwise, baddies, I'm going to, yes, you have to restart the device. I'm going to take like a 30-second break. I'm going to go pee. And then when I get back, we'll hop on TikTok and start playing Fortnite. But this was the free cash segment, baddies. This was the free cash segment. So thank you. Thank you. And yeah, if you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer them as we continue to do that. I'm here if you have any questions on it. Let me go to my full video here. But yes, that's the other shade. Oh my god, somebody else. Look at Majota, thank you for installing your first game. I so appreciate that. Thank you. Period. Thank you, guys. It means a lot. We just hit 50 folks installing their first game. I love it. Y'all are amazing. And Emmy, thank you for signing up as well. I do appreciate it, guys. Again, it's just a free little way to help, so it's very appreciated. All just, I believe it. I should, as long as you follow the link. It just takes a while for them to show up all the time, and I've missed a couple of them already. So yes, but it should show up. Pretty early on should show up. So yeah, but yes, look at all this. I love it. Thank you guys so much. It means a lot. And we'll leave the overlay up for the rest of the day today, as well. See if we get anybody who's able to cash out or get close to it. I feel like it's just the time that it takes to get to the first cash out, and then you're like good to go, you know. And then you're good to go. But yes, all right. I'm gonna pee real fast, baddies, and then we'll start on TikTok. Again, I am going to have to end stream a little bit early today because I need to go get this new medication that I'm very excited to take, but I do have to go do the thing I got to do for that. I got to go pick it up before the pharmacy closes, because pharmacies in this town close literally like everything closes in my town at like 3 o'clock. It's the most annoying thing. It's the one thing I hate, working like later than like 4 p.m. It's like, girl, how do people go to the store and get things done if everything closes at 3 o'clock? Like, hello? I always think that's so weird to me. You know what I mean? It's like things that are like stores or pharmacies or doctor's appointments. They're always at like times that are not normal for people to go to, you know? Like, I hated using PTO to go to the eye doctor when I worked in my office job, but hey, what can you do? All right, guys, I'm gonna pee real fast. Then we'll play some Fortnite and have a good rest of the afternoon. Well, just get a bro. Ain't that the team? All right, I'm gonna run to the restroom, guys. Don't go anywhere. Be back in just a second. Be right back. Miss Magius is one of my other favorite Pokemons as well. So Pokemons. Why did I say Pokemons? Pokemon as well. So I have that one. This one, I wanted this card so bad. Oh, I wanted this card so bad. I'm so glad I won it. I probably paid more than market price for it. It's the Badoo card, but look how I freaking love it. It's literally one of my favorite cards that I have, right? It's so cute. It's literally so cute, guys. I love it so much. Thank you, Ali, for the sub tier 1. I had this full art Palmy card that I got. It's kind of hard. The numbers are like blocking the card, but it's okay. It's okay. Pokemans. Love the color scheme. I know. I did get this Mewtwo, this golden Mewtwo one. Is that your handwriting? No, this is from the Whatnot auctioneers. I'll tell you how it works, guys. I'll tell you how it works. This is the Mewtwo one that I got. I think this one's pretty kind of rare. I got this one, which I really love, the Team Rockets Wobbuffet, which I thought was a really fun card too. And then the last card I got, this is just from one auctioner. I have more coming. Is this Clamperl card, which I like a lot too. Clamperl, not Clamper, card. So those are the cards that I got from the Whatnot auction. Basically, if you don't know how Whatnot, it's actually awful. It's terrible, guys. The way the Whatnot auctions work, basically what they do is like, okay, so say you're on a live, right? It's a live stream like this, but it's like a TikTok shop style live. And the way that it works is like they'll show the card, right? And then you auction for it. You like bid on it. And the way you bid is like there's like a little slider on like the UI of the Whatnot app, and it keeps you can keep going up by $1 or however much they set it for. So the bids start at $1 and the bids usually only last for 5 seconds. So like the auction, so people are swiping like crazy. So they end up getting a ton of money for these stupid ass cards because people are swiping like crazy to get it in 5 seconds. Like I paid way too much for some of these cards, probably way over market value, even though I thought they were cute. Although just thank you for like your first game. And so that's how it works. And then so when you win, they write the number of, because they go through like literally, as you can see in one live, like this one's 849. So this card was the 849th card, you know, that they've shown that day. So they write when you finish it, they hand it off to the next person and then they write it out. They write the card number on it so they can keep track of like who won it. So like when you win a card, it like says you win, like on my Whatnot app. I hate this. On my Whatnot app, it shows like shown single number 347 is like a card that I won. So you don't actually see the card. It just it shows like what cards you won. So like as you can see, shown single number 347, and like you buy it that way or whatever. So that's how they keep track of it. So anyways, those are the cards I got. I mean, I love them, but also spent way too much. Love them, but also, ooh, my bad. Ooh, my bad. Ooh, my bad. But that's the tea, that's the shade. They should not write on the cases. Yeah, I wish they would. I guess it's the fastest way for them to do it. I mean, I'm going to obviously get rid of these cases. At least it's not on the card because as you can tell, like it's not on the card, you know. But if it was on the, yeah, it would be a lot worse. But they put them in these. So it's a lot of wasted plastic. That's the one thing. I think I might be able to wipe them off. Yeah, people do stickers. Yeah, I've seen people do stickers as well. It really depends. Anyways, Whatnot's crazy. Whatnot's crazy. Very wild. Very wild. Very wild. Anyways, y'all, that's free cash. That was the free cash sponsorship. So thank you. Thank you guys for doing that. Thank you for doing the free cash stuff. Again, it's going to keep going on. We still got it going for the next little bit. All right. And thank you for the cash outs and all those things as well. Super helpful. Super slay. Let me get Fortnite started, guys, and then we will start on TikTok and just play. We're gonna be on only for a couple hours because I do have to go get this. I want to start this medication tonight because tomorrow's my day off. So if I have any like really bad reaction to it, I'll be able to like, yeah, for sure. I'll be able to like not have to worry about it. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, baddies? You know what I mean? So anyways, that's the tea. That's the shade. All right, let me adjust the category as well. To Fortnite. I'm so upset that Hercules is coming to this to the freaking item shop. I'm gonna have to get it. I'm gonna have to get it. Like I'm gonna have to. I just know it. Ugh. Oh my God, I see that. They are literally, they're such good skins too. That's the most annoying part. It'd be one thing if the skins were ass. They are like some of the best skins I have seen. And I'm like, why? I've been waiting, like, and you guys know, I've talked about how I've wanted a Hades skin in Fortnite literally for like over a year. I have literally talked about how I've wanted Hades in the game for over a year. So I'm like, fuck. I'm literally like, God, why now? You know what I mean? I'm like, geez, Louise, you really have. That's the thing. It'd be one thing if I like hadn't talked about it at all, but I was like, oh, okay. I would never judge you for, yeah. I'm like, it's like my dream one. I was like, oh, okay. Happy the third or fourth. Yes, I know. Yeah. But she said that this one that I'm taking is a very fast reaction bubble kit, and she said I would know. She said I would feel it tonight. It's to help with my sleep as well. So it's one of those type. It's a I'm doing a lot of short acting meds that we're like replacing with. Never happened. Yeah, you're so Hades. I know. Fuck. I'm so mad. About it, guys. No, not gabapentin. That was the one she wanted to put me on, but gabapentin would not react well with my system because I had gastric bypass. It's oh God, what's it called? I'll tell you what it is. Hold on. It's is it clonidine? Clonidine. Yeah, clonidine. Clonidine. I know. All right, let me make sure it's set for TikTok, y'all, and then we will get started. I definitely did not prep fully for TikTok this afternoon, but that's fine. We're gonna make it work, designers. Why is there a reflection? What is that coming from? That's new. I've never had a reflection on my thing back there. That's weird. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get Hercule. I'm gonna have to get it, guys. But you know, use somebody's code if you're going. If you're gonna get it. You know what I mean? Mine or another streamers. If you do. Okay. So I'm just getting everything set here for TikTok, and then we'll get started, y'all, and rock and roll and play some Fortnite for the rest of the afternoon. Again, thank you guys for letting me do that free cash sponsorship. I really appreciate you guys like spending the time, and even just by lurking and hanging out and watching for the hour. It does mean a lot to me. And it helps out a lot. So thank you. Helps out a lot. I really appreciate it, guys. I really appreciate it. It does mean a lot. So thank you. Yeah. That's the tea. That's the shade with that. Otherwise, let's get started. And we'll get rocking and rolling. Okay. I'll turn off the overlay for the free cash here in a few minutes as well. But let's go live on TikTok. We're going to start in 5. Don't forget to come over and drop your heartbeats and stuff. We're just going to get that back true. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When it's raining. No worries, Drippers. Thank you. Happy Friday, Caroline. Hello, TikTok. Bow now. They will. Hello. Sorry, I'm moving my light. I wonder if that's it. No, I don't know what's causing that light thing. Yeah, I'll figure it out later. Hello, TikTok. How are we? Sound off in the chat. Hello. Welcome in. I know, it is very funny, Robo, right? How are we? Happy Friday. Friday fun day, baddies. Hi, Bumpy. Hi, Tomas. Welcome in. Good afternoon. I hope you guys are doing well. Hi, Ariana. Hello. It's good to see you. Thank you guys for being here. I hope you're doing well. Rach, thank you for the heart puffs. I appreciate that. Welcome in, guys. Who's going to be our first heart me of the day, y'all? Get us started. Hi, Haley. Hello. And Awis was the first one. Of course, thank you. Cayenne, hello. Welcome in. Good afternoon. I hope you guys are doing well. We are here, y'all. We're vibing, thriving. I've had a good freaking day today. We had a little sponsored segment to start. I'm going to talk about the Hercules thing. I hate that it's so good. I hate that it's so good. Oh, I hate that it's so good. good. Hi, Eloise. Hi, Megan. Jay, well, thank you for the heart me as well. Welcome in. Guys, how we doing? I hope you guys are doing well and having a good afternoon. I'm having a really good afternoon. I had my med consult for my therapy, which was fantastic today, which is wonderful. Kylie, hello. Majota, thank you for the heart me. I feel a lot better. Yes, we did crash. Yeah, a little bit after stream, we crashed pretty hard. No, I'll tell you guys all about this updates as well for those who were not on Purple earlier for my appointment. It was actually fabulous. Hi, Josh. How are you? Welcome in, Sue. Thank you for the heart me. Guys, let's get those heart me's going. We only have 4 so far, so let's get rocking and rolling. And I appreciate it. I hope you guys are doing well and having a fabulous start to your afternoon. And let's get hot to go, baby. Hi, Letty. Tracy, thank you. Welcome in, y'all. Hi, Siggy Clark. Hello. Good afternoon. Hi, Em. What's your great idea, Bubble Kitten? What is it? Currently crashing out. Oh no. Hi, Maddie. How are you? You have fun? Anything fun planned for the weekend? Girl, tomorrow I am cleaning my apartment. I might try and see if there's a Pokemon card show near me. I don't think there will be. Zesty Vesty Clips, thank you for the RB. I don't think there will be any near me. Otherwise, I'd go to one, but I don't think there's any near me. Otherwise, I have nothing planned. I'm gonna tomorrow's gonna be my day off of getting organized a little bit. Oh, I'm in my Pokemon era down bad, baddies. Down bad, but you guys know. Hi, Princess Envy. How are you? And Dark Slater, welcome in. Guys, thank you for the heart me's and the taps and the love and the shares. Y'all are fantastic. You need to clean your place today. I feel you. Do you play Overwatch? I don't really very much. I have played it. I do play it. I don't play it regularly. I play it when I'm not feeling any other game, Rachie, really. Grey's Anatomy released 21 years ago today, and every single person on there should be in a trauma ward because, girl, they're crazy. Phobic supremacy, always. But yes, welcome in. I hope you're having a fabulous Friday, guys. We're starting a little bit later on TikTok because I had a sponsored segment for the first portion of stream on the Purple platform. So we had that to start for the first hour. But we are here now. Wait, that's cute. I love that, Bubble Kitten. The show is still on. Yeah, it is still on. It's kind of crazy. Hi, Shrek. How are you? But we are here now, and I hope you guys are doing well. Thank you for your daily heart me's. And if you are just running in, let's do a little native New Yorker to get us started and in the mood for the afternoon. I did curling. Okay. Oh. Okay. And guess what?
No one opens the door. For a native New Yorker.
Here we go. Absolutely. Welcome in, y'all. Guys, who's gonna be our first follow of the day on TikTok? If you're scrolling by right now and you're not following, then what are you doing, baddie? We love Miss Named New Yorker. Absolutely. It's a good season, Genesis. I won't lie. It's a very good season. Even with all the crap that's going on with Fortnite right now, it's a very good season. Dusty, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. First one of the day over on TikTok. Thank you. I do hope you guys are doing well. Thank you for being here. As I would say, we're Team Ice King on God. Even the paparazzi Team Ice King up in here. Even the paparazzi Team Ice King. Of course, Sour Lemon. Of course. Emily, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it. Oh my God, you're so fine. You're so fine. Welcome in. I hope you guys are doing good. Do the guessing game. The mods will get the guessing going here in a few minutes. Once they are here, it'll take a few minutes, but they usually get it rolling here in a few. We do have our goals, y'all. Let's see if we can get them. Do I have a mod on TikTok right now that can help pin some things and get us going? Caitlin with the follow. Hello, Batty. Thank you. Demetrius, hello. Abby, thank you for the creepers. Sounds good. Yes, we should have a mod on it here shortly. Hi, Jack. How are you? Welcome in, guys. If you are new here, let's do our introduction to get us started and to say hello. I'll tell you who I am. I am your zesty bestie, and this is...
It's Britney, bitch.
Sip and Slay, thank you for the heart me. Guys, let's see if we can get to 30 shares and get our taps going. We're very behind. We got to catch up a little bit. TikTok, we gotta lock in here, y'all. We got to lock in, babies. Team Foundation video is awkward. Awkward. Oh, well, Lisa, I'm so glad. And don't forget your daily heart me's, y'all. Every heart me basically is like a big kiss on my lips. So they help a lot. So thank you guys for the heartme's. And we got 30 more we got to slay for. All right, baddies. All right, girly pops. Fort Nurse, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Your Team Foundation, I'm a traitor. Listen, it's okay. The only reason I picked Team Ice King, I didn't want the rock skin. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't want that Baldo. All right, I'm sorry. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate you. Auntie Weird, thank you for the heart me as well. Hi, Sarah. How are you? But yes, it's good to see you guys. I hope you are having a fabulous Friday. I'm doing pretty good. I had a really good therapy psychiatry appointment today, which I'll talk about here in a minute. But I'm starting some new meds, which I'm very, very excited about. And I basically, the appointment, guys, was so affirming of things I've been feeling for a while that I was like, holy shit. It was actually really, really wonderful. So I'm feeling very, very happy today about that. It was like very refreshing. It was lovely. It was lovely. Hi, Bia. How are you? Missed you too. Katie, they really go popular. Win, thank you for that follow, by the way. Thought my husband would want foundation. He was like, no. I know, right? Good. How are you? I'm doing good, Sarah. I'm so glad, Diva. Yes. It was like, I'll talk about the appointment here in a few, but just know it was like absolutely wonderful. And it was good. When are you going to play with Ventress? I actually, guys, when I tell you I was literally texting with Ventress last night and said, do you want to play next week? So if I can get on a schedule and be able to do a late night stream, we will be playing with Ventress next week, guys. I literally texted her last night. I did. I texted her last night and was like, hey, girl, we just are always live at such different times, you know? Hi, Ashley. Hi, Kaylee. Oh my God, yes, yes. And hello, Hateful, come in. Yeah, guys, I played with her a couple times. It's just that I used to stream later. We literally, her start time is like sometimes when I'm going into bed. You know what I mean? So that's the only tea. That's the only tea. Guys, thank you for the gifties, by the way. I appreciate it. I love that. Thank you so much, Sav. Thank you. Her and Hot Rod, she's in Miami, I believe, and then Hot Rod, I believe, is on the West Coast. Yes, so their hours are just very different. But Miami, is that Eastern Standard Time? I actually have no idea. Moses, yes, I would love to do more with Moses. It is. Is it? Yeah. She's just a late night girly, and I try and stick. I'm gonna start doing some more late night streams. But part of my therapy appointment today was about relocking in my circadian rhythm and my sleep schedule, which that was like a huge thing. So I have to kind of lock that in first. The really self-affirming thing though that I want to say is you look tough, my boy. You better believe I am, baby. Hi George, how are you? I sat with the psychiatrist and she looked at the medications I had been taking for years and she was like, how are you functioning as a human being right now? And it was such an affirming thing because she was like, these are not what you should be taking. This is not good. Like she was like, I don't know what doctors put you on this, but like, this is not what you should be taking for what you're suffering with right now. And it was honestly like so affirming to have that happen. So that was really, really, really lovely. That was really lovely. And I felt so good about that. Yeah, she really did. She really, really did. So that was really cool. But guys, if you're joining in, y'all, make sure to leave a follow. Make sure to say hello. We were trying to get back on the TikTok algorithm. TikTok currently hates gay people right now for some reason. I don't know why. They've been not pushing me out. So if you can help support this live by dropping a heart me, leaving a follow, tapping away, it helps so much. And sharing the live. There's nothing more that could help right now other than heart me's. They help so much. You have no idea. You see me because you follow me, but as of right now, we have not been pushed out. We are like we've been low on TikTok. You pissed me off with that statement. Okay, you can keep scrolling. Bye, Edwin. See you later, homophobe. Bye, baddie. Bye, Edwin. See you never. See you never. Hi, Alicia. How are you? Taylor, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it. And I'm on TikTok. I love that, and that's amazing. Yes. I'll tell you why it's been doing it lately. I mean, I can tell you exactly what's been happening, but yes, it's not actually that. Presley, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Or at the same time, King. Yes, she's just like on much later, you know. She's much later. I love you too so much, as you should, okay? Because what are we?
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty. Hi, very best. How are you?
Bitch, you slow can't get
Oh my God, she bald.
ITGIRL.
You know I am that girl.
Bitch, don't kiss and tell.
Well, yes.
Girlfriend ATL.
Well, yes. But yes, for some reason lately, it has been lower. For some reason, I don't know why. TikTok has like not like usually we end up having anywhere from 10 to 15,000 active viewers on one stream on TikTok. The past week that we've peaked at like 6,000. So it's been a very weird couple of it's been very weird. It's been very weird. I don't know why. Song it's such a vocal sim, right? Your name is Tonka Jahari and I would never. Hi Kate, how are you? Jules, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. 12 hours ago. Yes, we're so close. I love it. Yeah, it's very weird. It's very, very weird. Very, very weird. Skylar, thank you for the follow as well, too. Oh, that's awesome, Jack. I love that. I love that. Guys, thank you for the love. So yes, we're gonna be doing that today. The other thing I want to say, guys, is I did get prescribed a new medication. So we are gonna have to do, again, I'm so sorry, a little bit of a shorter stream today so that I can go pick it up before the pharmacy closes, because I really want to start it today. And they close at like 7, I believe, 7 o'clock. So I want to we're gonna end a little earlier than usual. TTV, not the place, babes. Go anywhere else. This is not how you should do it. Make videos, make good content, and then you'll get the follows for it. Okay. Thank you, Jen. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm hoping it helps too. Yes. Yeah. Am I late? We started about an hour and 30 on Purple. We just started on TikTok though. We just started on TikTok. Yes. Okay. All good. Yeah. The amazing thing, guys, is literally the therapist was like, oh, I love that Bubble Kitten. She was literally like, have you felt like when you're streaming that you get like tired halfway through, or you get burnt out very easily on the games that you're playing, or like she literally said this to me, or like you get irritable very easily? And I was like, girl, have you been watching my live streams? I was like, wait, girl, have you been clocking into my lives? Like she quite literally clocked me. She's like, it's the medications you're on right now. She's like, that's why. She's like, that's part of the reason why. She's like, your body has reacted differently. She's like, so we got to fix that. And I was literally like, wait, I was like, you have no idea how much that, but you guys, you don't understand, guys. Like, it meant so much to me to hear that come out of her mouth. You know what I mean? Because like, I have been feeling, you guys know I've been feeling like that for a while. You know what I'm saying? And like to hear her just say that and be like, oh my God, it's not just me. It's like it's things that I can't control right now. I was like, it was like very validating. Oh my God, Laurel. It was just so validating. And I was like, oh, I love that. So, it was really, really good. But she was like, the meds that you're currently taking are actually actively hurting you and not helping you. And I was like, oh, okay, T. Well, love that for me. Love that for me. Davey, thank you for the follow. I was like, okay. And how long have you been on those? Years. The reason that they don't work for me anymore is because I had gastric bypass surgery. If you didn't know, y'all, this bitch had gastric bypass. And all of the medications I am on are what are called extended release. And so it's meant to last you, they're small release dosages throughout the whole like 12 hours or 14 hours. But my body now digests things much differently than it did when I started taking those medications. So right now what's happening is what is supposed to be an extended release medication, it's like happening instantly for me because it goes so quick through my system, and it's just throwing me all through a loop. And she was like, you should not be on any of these medications. They are not the right ones for you. So anyways, it was very, very reassuring. I was like, okay, this is lovely. So yeah, it was really good. It was really good. It was like a really, really nice thing to just experience and be like, oh my God, okay, wait, T. So it was great. It was great. Guys, thank you for tapping and sharing, y'all. TikTok, we need your love. Thank you for sharing and tapping. And if you're scrolling by and want to leave a follow for Zesty Bestie, we are 3 away from 10 new followers. So thank you so much. Real Magic, literally. Yeah, it was so lovely. Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm so glad to have you here. All right, let us get started. We're going to hop in right into a round, y'all. I want to get us going. Cami, we just started on TikTok. Yes. Hi, Haley. How are you? Hi, Katie. Welcome in. Yeah, the doctor, it was real magic. Definitely, Gary, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you for the heartbeat as well. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Okay, very safe to say, I think yes. Yeah. And it really depends on where you go. Yeah. Sierra, thank you for the follow too. Crockpot, oh my God, Caroline. Hi, Mrs. Mercury. It was wonderful. It was really wonderful. Hi, Annie. How are you? Welcome in, babes. Guys, thank you for the love. Thank you for the love, y'all. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hope y'all are having a fabulous afternoon and Good Friday, y'all. I hope you're having a good Friday. I am for sure. Do you know Fortnite's being shut down? Why would it be shut? No, it's not shutting down at all. Hi, Bunny. Are you near? I'm not near. No, that's a bit far for me. I'm further away than usual. Listening to, and I was, oh, same, Jack, same. Thank God it's Friday, literally. Rage, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you? Yeah, the real tea though, guys, Fortnite is definitely hurting right now. So we'll see what the future of Fortnite holds, especially with them laying off 1/3 of the staff this week. Crazy. 1/3 of the staff being laid off is not a good indicator by any means, but we'll just have to see what happens. You know what I mean? We'll just have to see what happens, you know? But yes, thank you for being here, y'all. I do hope you're having a good day. I have a week off. I love that. The Daffy or Lola Cup, and with who? I did not, Chelsea. No, I don't really do any tournaments or anything like that. Thank you for the follow, though. We play for the vibes here. We play for the vibes here, you know? We play for the vibes up with this. Leah, thank you for the follow, too. Researchers, because your audio. Wait, really? Wait, that's crazy. Bringing in Hercules. Yeah, Raven, they did. Both, thank you for the follow. Thank you, guys. Welcome in. And Stacy, too. Hello, baddies. If you're new here, welcome. I hope you're doing fabulous. Girl, what am I doing right now? Hello? Let me lock in a little bit. Is that a corn? No, it's the fish pickaxe. You get this from earning levels by completing like the rivalry contracts. I think it's after 30 you get it. It is, Leah, yes. I think it's after 30 you get it, or so, I think. But I guess not. That's all right. You're here now. That's what matters. That's what matters. I appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Yeah. Thank you. We're trying to reset our TikTok stuff up, so I really do appreciate it. Sarah, I haven't had a lot of time to work on things. No, I'll be real. I'll be honest and real and be like, no, no, not right now. I want to, but I just have not had the time. We got somebody down here. Let me. Okay. Starting us out strong. I'll take it. Respect the real. Yeah, you know it. What's your all-time favorite skin? Maleficent. Last night, Ryan stole my car, and she did. And you know what? I went to the president of Disney Channel. I said, let's make history. And I said, let's make history. And I went to the president of Disney Channel, and I said, let's make history. Let's make history. Me versus Kitty Slayer. Great. I love that. Oh God. Have you watched that? No. Oh my God. Okay. Jesus. Okay, third party. Damn, that was crazy. Hello, Miss Girl. Join this guy. Where'd she go? She left. Wait, T. Why'd she leave? Why did she left? I don't know why she left. Hold on. Ah! Scared the shit out of me. And that's only on digital. Green LA, thank you for the heartbeat, guys. Thank you for the heartbeats. Well, bye. Oh, well, bye. Whoever he was, he left really fast. I don't know why he left. We're not playing anything. No Minecraft today. No Minecraft today. She cooked my health, but then decided to be like, actually, girl, I'm out. I'm like, okay, all right, baddie, whatever, that's fine. How's it going, Queen? It's going good. I'm doing good. We're trying to fix TikTok. I don't know what's been going on with it lately. So if you can show any love on TikTok these next few days, it helps a lot, guys, especially if you're a purple watcher usually. I did not watch the Hannah Montana stuff. I did not watch any of the anniversary. No. At least not yet. I want to. I just have not had honestly, I haven't had the attention span or the mental fortitude to do anything outside of stream right now. Corey, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I don't know why he just like clocked out there. It was kind of weird. Hannah, thank you for the heartbeat, guys. Thank you. Izzy, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hi, Megan. Happy Friday. How are you? Girl, this guy's gonna be here. He's waiting for me. There he is. Wait, there he is. I have no movement right now, though. I have no movement, so I'm in a little bit of trouble, I think. Where is he? Where'd he go? Ooh. Girl, I don't like this guy. He's driving me nuts. Should grab the car. Lot of shouldas. Shouldn't have fucked your dad last night. But I did it anyways. Okay. All right. Oh, snap. Listen. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Girl, you're just gonna keep shooting at me? I don't want to do this with him. I honestly have no... Can I be real, guys? Can I be real? I don't want to do this with that guy. He's going to end up winning the fight. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it right now. You know, I'm just going to reload back in. Like, he's going to win the fight. It's going to be us going back and forth for like 30 minutes. I can't, you know, I don't want to do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I'm good. I'm good. I'm fine. I had no movement. There was nowhere for me to go. He had the gloves, you know. I couldn't run away. I had no movement. He would have just shot me. That's the thing is I have no movement and he had the gloves. So like he was gonna be able to chase me the whole time until I found movement. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, let him save it for someone else. You know, I don't got time for that. I don't got time for it. By the way, y'all, if you're new here, hello. I hope you're doing well and welcome in.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
Don't call, just text me, bitch.
I'm just like, I'm good. Oh my God, she's bald.
ITGIRL. You know
I am that girl.
Bitch, don't kiss and tell. It girlfriend ATL.
Ow. Bald, honey. And guys, thank you for the follows as well. I'm doing good, Bree. Hi, Kate. How are you? Maddie, you're not alone. Trust me. Trust me. She's been mad at me for a little bit too. Trevor, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hey, are you doing viewer games today? No, Ash, probably not. I have to end, unfortunately, like in 3 hours because I have to. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Probably not. We'll do sub games maybe. Maybe we'll do some sub games today because I feel like that could be kind of fun, depending. But I have a lot of I have to go pick up this prescription, so I have to end earlier than I want to today. Unfortunate. Hey, back into Fortnite. The season's pretty good, Charlie. There's a lot of bad things going on with Fortnite, but the season is pretty good. And guys, thank you for completing the Heart Me goal. Thank you.
Yeah,
I hate that pharmacies. Hold on.
Need something inspiring to help me get along. I need a little fabulous. That's so wrong.
What's new with Fortnite? Oh, they laid off 1,000 workers this week. Enchanting, if you go to my purple platform chat and type in free cash, just use the link there. And that's why we're stream running. I know. Unfortunately, though, Ashley, I also at the same time have to go pick up some Pokemon cards that I pre-ordered. So I am doing that too, to record a video. But the reality situation is I hate that pharmacies close so early. That's what I meant to say. I'm like, it just does not equal out. Like, and I know everyone's gonna be like, why didn't you pick up the prescription before you started stream? The T is, guys, it wasn't ready. You know what I mean? I do play Pokemon Go, yeah. The T is it wasn't ready. When's Bridger coming to Fortnite? Girl, get me out of there. Never. Hopefully never. I'm a Bridgerton hater. I'll be real. Same, I know. I'm like, girl, I just want a like longer pharmacy. Call of Duty. I've literally never played Call of Duty ever. No, I know. I'm crazy for it. So we locked it over there. Okay, real player. Jesus. Girl, I actually want to die. No! Oh my god, she had 12 health left. She had 12 health left. That's crazy. That's crazy. I wish I had a shotgun. Bet you were close. I know. I need to change the skin. It's the skin, guys. It's the skin. We all know it is. We all know it is. It's the skin. My god, did you really? Wait, I love that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just don't love Bridgerton because it's like, girl, I don't want to do like I'll be so real. I just don't want to have to deal with like I don't care about Lady Whimsifuck and Lord whatever getting together in the hallway at nighttime. I'm like, I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, cool for you guys. Like, cool for you guys. Hi, Shadow. It's good to see you. I can't do period pieces. I can't do it. I just don't love it. I struggle with it every time. I'm like, I'm good. I'm good. Like every damn time, you know? Getting, yeah. But the dance, yeah, like, and like Despacito playing on the violin or something. I'm like, okay. I'm like, I'm good, you know? I'm like, I'm all right. You know what I mean? I'm like, I'm fine. It's fine. I'm like, it's fine. So like, and I just cannot, yeah. It's like, it's been tough. Not Despacito, WTF. I know. Charlie XCX period piece. Okay. Jennifer? Yeah, the music's too much for me. I went to a wedding where they walked down the aisle to Bridgerton music, and I was like, get me out. I was like, get me out of here. I was like, I hate this. I was like, I hate everything about this. Bree, they're all separate game screens, so they're cropped. They're cropped down. Vladian, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. And Sarah, thank you for the finger hearts. Such a baddie. Pitbull, yeah, like Pitbull's crazy to me. But I can't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't. The only wedding I went to was Nightmare Before Christmas themed. Wait, that's crazy. Yeah, no, I went to a wedding where they walked down the aisle to that, and I was like, I'm good. I was like, thank you so much. Kesha period piece went, literally. I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to any of you who love it. I don't need it to walk down the aisle to. Hey, Daddy, hello. And I just don't care about somebody dying from like cholera. You know what I mean? I'm like, okay, cool. You have cholera. Me, you and who else during that time frame? I'm like, all right, damn. Like, we get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, congrats on the cholera. Wasn't that what's his face died to that or something? I don't know. Thoughts on Save the World? Never played it. Never played it, never touched it. Have nothing there. Yeah, I don't want to talk about
Spectacular.
Give me 14 of them right now.
Really? Do you know what's in here?
What about dysentery?
Okay, don't tell me.
Leave us to screw you. I'm so upset that the Hades skins are coming right now because you guys know, if you've been anywhere in my stream in the past year, you know every time somebody asks what skin would you like to see in Fortnite, I literally say Hades from Hercules. So I'm really upset that right now they're coming. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. Like right now, when all this stuff is going down, I'm like, you've got to be freaking kidding me. I'm like, literally right now, they did. Oh, I love Severance. Honey, that's Honkules. No, I have been waiting. So I'm gonna have to figure out, I don't know. I'm like trying to figure out because if you don't know, I'm trying to not spend any money on Fortnite because of the current situation with how they've increased the V-Bucks situation and also laid off employees. I'm trying not to do any financial support. But I've also been waiting for the skin for years. So I'm like, what do I do? Yeah, it's something crazy, you know? It's a tough thing I'm trying to figure out, baddies. Yeah, they'll probably bring it back too. But I would never go for myself. Oops, somebody's here. Oh! Girl, can I feel like I'm just getting blasted today. Like, my God. My doors for anybody have epic rewards. That's a good idea, Kylie. If you want, I didn't mean to do that. If you would like to, you can. I mean, yes, but you don't have to. Hades the original. What are those? I know. Anime man, thank you for the heart. We appreciate it, guys. Thank you for those heartbeats as well. If you're coming in, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Do you think many young kids have seen the classic Disney movies? I don't know. It depends. I think it depends. I really do. I would say probably some have, you know. Your buns? Yeah, my buns were riding on your dad's dick last night. If that's what you're referring to, Jay. I don't know I don't know what other buns you're referring to except mine bouncing up and down on your dad. Is there something other ones you think about or anything else specifically? Am I missing other buns? Am I missing other ones? Hi, David. How are you? You guys do not have to do that. Thank you. I appreciate it. You guys are slay. Oh, snap. What'd your mother tell you? I know my mom's like, you have to stop doing the dad jokes. The sleeping with men jokes. I'm like, Mom, please. Mom, please. D, thank you for the heartbeat. From downstairs. Listen. They set me up too well. Yeah, she's Raven. She's doing really good. She's take a chill pill and check up on accounts before you speak. I'm a minor. Need that comment. You're like, I give a shit. You think you can come into a live and say something and not get repercussions? I'm teaching you right now, kid Jay. You don't get to just come into somewhere and say something offensive and rude and be like, and not face any punishment for that or not face anything from anyone. You don't own this world. This world does not revolve around you. So take that lesson, go talk it to your dad and go back to class, bitch. All right, bye. Minor, just because you are under the age of 18 does not mean you cannot get called and clocked and rocked out of here, all right? That don't mean shit. All right? I got this guy. Is he chasing me or not? Came in too late? I know. You better believe it, though. Time I'm down to like one shot. 5 health this guy had left. 5 health. Oh my god, he died to Storm. Haha, good. Like I said, buns, yes, bouncing up and down on your dad last night, Jay. I hate to break it to you. I hate to break it to you. I mean, come on now. Come on now. And girl, before you start insulting people, please take a look at yourself internally, because if you're coming into hate, then I really think you need to go get some help in the most loving way possible. I know you're under the age of 18, but you're 16, so you're old enough to know the difference between right and wrong. And what you are doing is wrong, okay? What you are doing is hateful and spiteful. So I hope you learn a lesson about kindness, learn a lesson about people are real and exist, and know that, you know, everything you say on the internet stays forever and people will always be watching what you're saying. So just know that, you know what I mean? Just know that no matter what you say. Yeah, Bio really says I probably don't like you. I'm like, girl, and honestly, girl, you should probably take those pictures that you have on your first profile picture off, because we could track your location, call your school, and get you detention. So get out of here. And I would do it too, because I don't give a damn. All right. And I don't give a damn. I'm different. Listen. I'm in a good mood today, so I'm gonna be sassy. Give a detention. Okay, Gracie. Girl, what's the tea? Oh, nothing usual. Just the usual. Thank you guys for the follows and the love, by the way. If you are new here, let me introduce myself and say hello. I'll tell you who I am. I am your zesty bestie, and this is...
It's Brittany, bitch.
Baby. Jay, you said no, you didn't just say buns, Jay. Let me refresh. You said, yes, I can tell you're on the rainbow. So you were being first of all, you were being homophobic. Second of all, you decided to come into somebody's random live and just be rude on the internet for what, your own personal pleasure? Like, I don't understand what you're trying to defend yourself from being a rude person. I don't really understand like what you're trying to accomplish out of it. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I'm not quite sure what your like thing. No, we can just ban now. I'm done with her. It was fun for a minute. It was fun for a minute. Hello, Afro. How are you? And my buddy, thank you for the follow. It was cute for a mo. I'm good now. I know. No, it's always like that. So usually we just ban immediately, but I felt like playing with my food today. All right. Guys, I will say games are so I feel like I have not ran into a single bot yet today. Like games are sweat central right now. It's actually kind of crazy. It's true. Like, I feel like this is crazy. Like, it's so sweaty right now. Tonka Jahari, who? Spring Break. I do know that one of the lead people who does a lot of debugging and doing stuff there. Do you still play Sims? I don't, Caitlin, as of right now, just due to the stuff that's been going on with the Sims. I would love to bring it back one day, though. But with the like current sale to Saudi Arabia, I just feel kind of crazy. No, Christian, I'm currently not buying anything in the shop to protest the changes to Fortnite. Although I am thinking about the Hercules skins, but yeah. As of right now, so I don't have them. Won any game this season? I've won a few. I mean, we've been doing pretty good, but I won't lie. It's been like sweat central today. Like, it's been sweat central today. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. She's sweating. But yeah, one of the lead guys who did like Linda Listens, thank you for the follow. Oh. I missed it. Wait, hold on. I gotta duck. I got a message here. That person definitely made a new account, by the way. Don't worry, guys. They're bringing people in. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Mods just get ready. It's the person coming in from being homophobic. She's bringing probably her friends in from high school or something. Yeah. We just need mods to be ready for that. Anyways, back to the game. Because it's just why these games companies are, yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's just kids being crazy. Thank you, mods. Yeah. The mods are fabulous. Yeah, can we get some shout out for the mods in the chat, y'all? But what I was saying was, one of the guy who does like a lot of the work for, very specifically for like updating bugs and fixing bugs, was one of the people laid off. So I think there's going to be a lot of like little bugs appearing here and there in the game. So thank you for the heartbeat, by the way. Thank you for the heartbeat. I appreciate it. It's going to be like it's been kind of crazy. I'm really heartbroken for all the people who got fired. It actually like sucks. I didn't also realize that it was one third of the Epic employee. I thought like, obviously like you think like 100 people being like blocked or whatever, or 100 people being laid off, or 1,000, I mean, is a lot of people, but I didn't realize that it was a third of the company. Like a third of the company is a lot. Yes, 1/3 of the company, guys. Like not even like half, not like a third of the company was laid off. Like, it's kind of crazy. Isn't that wild? Isn't that literally insane? Absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts. Wait, why? They laid off, ooh. Bot over here. They laid off a whole bunch of employees for money. Literally because they said Fortnite has been, low. Ooh. Girl. Okay, there we go. Oh, no, I'm getting shot at. Ooh, honey, hold on. Gotta lock in for a minute here. Girl, I'm gay as shit. You better believe I welcome LGBT here. Damn, okay. Oh, okay, that was crazy. But basically because I'm getting locked. Oh, hold on, guys. We got 2 people here. Wait, hopefully they start fighting each other. 1 down. Any others? Anybody else? There was definitely another set of footsteps. So now I'm like, where are they? Hold on. That's crazy. Oh my God, never. They might have been a bot. I don't know if that was a bot or not. It might have been a bot. Okay. You're good right off. I had to cook there for a second. Bosman, thank you as well. But no, as I was saying, guys, they basically left a place saying because there's not enough user activity on Fortnite. Like, it went down in 2025. Truly, truly. Locked in. Hi, Super Salty. How are you? Well, what they gotta pay for what? Fosher, for what? Throw that down. Hold on. Beep, beep, beep. It gets boring. Yeah, I'll be real. And it's not even, here's my thing, guys. The reason it went down, I'm gonna be real, the collabs. I always get the Tyler Oakley comment. Oh, thank you, Lynn. Welcome in if you're new here, by the way. Thank you for following too, if you're new. It's the collabs, guys. Like, they're really pushing, they're spending their money. It's not about money or lack of money. It's that they are mismanaging their money. That's the problem with Epic Games right now in Fortnite. They don't know how to manage their money, right? That is the big T. That's the big T. You can't come out and fire 1,000 people and be like, we're running out of money, we have to increase the price of V-Bucks. But literally 3 months prior to that, the CEO does an article that was like fighting against Apple to get back in the App Store and be like, we have millions of dollars, so we can do this for years. We have money to waste. Like, that's the problem, is literally a headline, and I took a screenshot of it. Literally a headline from an article 3 months ago from Fortnite. Where is it? I literally took a screenshot. Tim Sweeney says Epic is losing billions fighting Apple and Google because it can afford to, and jokes that we might run into serious financial problems after a couple more decades. That was published, guys, on January 24th, 2026. Like, girl, you can't say that and then 2 months later fire a third of your staff. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Do you play for often? Usually, yes. We do 4 and Minecraft and sometimes at random games too. Like, you can't, you know what? You can't do that shit. It's not how it works. It's not how it works. Yeah, Cade. Oh my God. Don't even start on that one. Like, it's wild. Ever play Overwatch? I have played Overwatch, yes. You do? Well, I'm glad to. No, you should never. I'm glad that you're here and hanging out with us. Now, why would they say that? I know. And the reality of the situation is, it's just because they have the money, but they're just mismanaging it. That's all. That's all. I missed! I whipped my shot! But it's okay, I won. It's okay, I won. It's okay, I won. I whiffed my shot, but I won. I whiffed my shot, but I won still. No, I have not earned the free pickaxe yet. I have not earned the free pickaxe yet. Clocked. You're really viewers. Sometimes we do. I haven't in a while though. I'll be real. I'll be real with you. I haven't in a hot minute. I was Boss Ben. Yes, the Crown Jam one. I was one of them. Yeah, I was indeed. I'm clueless how things work. Are you saying I am? Clueless to what? To what? Lucky, thank you for the popular. Clueless to what, baddie? I love that. Do you think Marvel Rivals or Fortnite is easier for someone who doesn't normally play PvP? Probably Fortnite to start. Probably Fortnite, I would say, to start with a PvP game. Although I will say, yes, user, I am, yeah. Are trying to. The new Hades skins are testing my limits, though. Not gonna lie. You came down to my skin. I'm disappointed with the, yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, Marvel Rivals is a little bit tougher because it's more of a team game. I will say the difference between Fortnite and Marvel Rivals, Fortnite, you can play solo, like as I'm playing right now. Marvel Rivals, you have to like coordinate and work with a team a little bit. I do like the new season. I do. I'm feeling good today, Autumn. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Guys, thank you for the love. I appreciate it. Thank you for the follows too. If you're new here, by the way, make sure to hit that follow button if you are enjoying. Okay, girl. Hi, Cloudy. So all the time, yeah. It's tougher. I won't lie and say it's easier, you know. But I love Marvel Rivals for different reasons. You know what I mean? They're very different games, though. I would say that Marvel Rivals and Fortnite are like two very different style games, you know? One's a battle royale and one's a team-based game. So they're just different in that regard. Hi, Rissa, how are you? So it depends on like what you like to do. Few weeks. That's okay, Autumn. You come when you can. And I hope the new job goes well. Alexa, thank you for the heart me. And I'm doing so good. I had a great appointment today. We had a great little sponsored segment of the stream to start earlier. We're almost to 50K taps. You guys are eating up. We're almost to 30 followers on TikTok. I can't thank y'all enough. Played Overwatch in college. Now there's a Cat Hero, so free to play. Yes. Yeah, I do like Overwatch. I played it more before Rivals came out. When Rivals came out, I stopped playing it as much. Bossman, thank you for the follow. I stopped playing much. Eagle Gaming and Samantha, thank you for the gifties. My coffee. I need a new mug warmer, guys. My coffee is going crazy. What other games do you play besides Port and Rivals? On stream, we play Minecraft. We've been playing a lot of Pokopia. I'm definitely in my big Pokemon era right now. I've also been playing off-stream Deadlock. Deadlock is one of my favorite games right now. That's a PvP style game. It's more of a MOBA. It doesn't really do well on stream, but I love the game. And I think it will be huge eventually. Oh, I love it, Sam. But right now I'm in my big Pokemon era. Who's your favorite Deadlock character? My favorite Deadlock character lore-wise, Pocket. My favorite character to play, Hayes or Victor. Hayes or Victor, but it's so good. Yeah, it's a lot of learning different things for the game. Yeah, Super TF, yeah. Is it my phone? Oh no. I've played Dead by Daylight before, yeah. And I actually feel bad because you didn't do anything. Wait, sorry, I missed it. Sorry for what? What do you feel bad about? Whatever you said got muted. The first part of the message got muted, whatever it was. I hear somebody. It's a bot, probably. Sage with the follow. You got a tattoo? I love that, Abby. You speak at the perfect beat speed. Thank you. I talk very fast. I repost a comment. It's being muted, whatever it is. You have to rephrase it. It's being auto suppressed. Oh, there they are. I was wondering where they were. Okay, this gotta be a bot. I think. Oh, I did not have things reloaded. Girl. I did not have I forgot to reload my AR thing. Oh my God, I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. It's okay. 5 skins. To cross out your boycott. Okay, Fishers. I mean, that's fine. You can do what you do. Do you think that makes you cool to support $1 billion company that just laid off 1,000 workers? Do you think that's like a flex here? Fishers babes, you think that's a flex? I am Sage, yeah. Do you think that's like a flex to support that? It did not indicate no. Do you think that's like a flex or something? I guess I'm confused. You're to go. Thanks, Miranda. I mean, if you think it is, I'm happy for you. I guess. I don't know. Hi, hello. I mean, it don't matter to me. I don't care if you guys boycott it or not. I just am because I think it's ethical. If I can. And I do it to inform people, not about because a lot of people don't know what's going on with Epic Games. So when did you start? I started at the end of chapter 5. Ready for work? I love that, Ophelia. I hope work goes well. It did not, Honda Kitty. No, whatever you're sending is not sending. If you want to post it in Twitch chat, you can do that. Or you have to like completely rephrase. There must be a word that's tripping it up or something, unless something inappropriate. They laid off 1/3 of their employees this week. Oh, my FYP. I love that, Sage. Need to sort COD. Nice. I love that. Sorry, guys. I'm like kind of locked in a little bit. For me, yeah. Coco, thank you for the gifties. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for the heart or the finger hearts too. Why? Money management. They're bad at managing money, if you want my honest opinion. Who laid off Epic Games did. Epic Games laid off 1,000 workers this week. On, I think it was Tuesday. Was it Tuesday, y'all? Tuesday, I think it was. They laid off 1,000 employees, which is 1/3 of their workers. Jackson Tech, thank you for the follow. One of their workers actually on TikTok put together a list of every single person who got laid off and their resume. If you want to find it, there's over 1,000 names on that list. Oh my God, 2 people left. I wasn't even paying attention. Wait, T. Guys, look how big the map is for 2 people left. Holy shit. I am on Twitch, yeah. For vending machine items because their cost is going up. That's crazy. Yeah, one was the creator of Jonesy. It is Zesty Bestie, yeah. Lady, thank you for the follow. I might lock in here for a minute, guys, depending on... Do I have... Ooh. Maybe a third party. Maybe a third party. Let's try a third party. Wait. Okay. I third partied. But you know what? We take that win anyways. And you ate that. Ophelia, thank you for the follow. And you know what? A win is a win. And you know what? Whatever. I would be so mad because that would happen to me. But you know what? Sometimes you have to third party. Okay. Sometimes you have to. Am I getting that? Wait, really? Sometimes you have to. By the way, y'all, if you are new here and dropping in for the first time, welcome in and let me introduce myself.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
Don't call, just text me. Bitch, is slow, can't get
Oh my God, she's bald.
ITGIRL. You know I am that girl. Shh, bitch, don't kiss and tell. Ain't girlfriend,
ATL. Absolutely, baddies. Absolutely. It's true. It's true. I feel like this season a lot. You have to. It's my damn job. Let me send a new goal by the way on TikTok. Fire edit. Thanks, Void. I appreciate it. Marissa has that clip. I know. I know. The bald. We do need the bald one. You low-key give Neville Papperman. I've gotten that before. You'll rue the day. You'll rue the day. Let me set a plus goal, baddies. Actually, we'll start with a hand art goal to keep it a little bit slower to start. Honda Kitty. Oh, yeah. I'm glad you got it to work. I'm glad you got it to work. Rue the day. That Miffy mug, my fave. I'm dying. I'm dying. All right, I changed the goal, y'all, to hand hearts. By the way, guys, if you are new here, we stream every day except for Saturday, so tomorrow. But I'm happy to have you guys here. Have you ever played Skyrim? Skyrim is one of my games I have the most hours in. I have over 1,000 hours. Well, probably more. I probably have more games now but it used to be my most logged game. When are you dressing up again? Girl, I dress up every day. What are you talking about? Are you saying I look like a slob, Francisco? Caterbait, I never ended up ordering them. Yeah, he can, Eagle Gaming. He does take credit for it. I know. I don't know what's going on TikTok today. I think that person ended up bringing their like friends in from school. That's what I think. I think they left, but I think their friends from school came in to report. That's why, Mallard. I'll play it after this round, Void. I have other ones too. Hi, Lissa. How are you? Gabby, thank you for the hand heart. How are the games? Sweaty, Joshua. Girl, I'm going to Chili's later. Get those baby back ribs, baby. Red Rose toy. Linda Belcha. Tiny Tina, little baby wavy. I'm doing good. I'm off to watch The Pit where we're back. It was a good episode last night. I cried. I thought it was a really good episode last night. Not gonna lie. I thought it was a really good episode. I won't spoil anything, but it's good. But it was damn good. Why are you so funny? I don't know. I was born this way, bitch. Is it because the new matchmaking skills, why it's sweaty? There's definitely, so they've combined a lot of servers. 2, they laid off 1,000 of their employees this week. So there's a lot of things going wrong with the game in general. You know? Crystal! With the swan. Okay, baddie. Okay, baddie. Hi, Mystical Magpie. He was not on an episode, no. He was not on an episode. Or at least not that I know of. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think he was. Unless I missed it. Thank you guys for the hand display. I missed another one who sent a hand art. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. Big Hospital, sometimes I don't know if watching The Pit would be much like work. I feel that way when I watch other streamers sometimes. Link with the button gun. You're super nice and laid back, so I want to apologize because I felt like I got out of hand really quickly. Wait, sorry. Hey, twins, are you the person who said that you're so buns? Are you that person? That's fine though if you're apologizing, and we're happy to have you back. We're happy to have you back. Or are you somebody else? I keep landing there trying to find the curling game. Oh, wait, there's a curling game. Wait, what's retro rewind? Oh God, guys, I'm gonna have an aneurysm today. I'm gonna have an aneurysm today. I'm gonna be real. It's gonna happen. Hi, Flip. Widowy what? Widowy? Can't believe it. Kill me. Kill me. Yeah, sometimes my brain just goes, meh. Meh. There's a tornado game coming out soon I want to try. Okay. There's fighting going on. The question is where? Okay, got one there. Ooh. I'm trying to clock where they are. Wagon wheel, which is everything with lucky lenses. Girl. Fuck this game. Fuck this stupid ass game. God damn it. Fuck this stupid ass game. Are you kidding me? What is the shock supposed to do? Girl, I put the shock down. Do they not? I can't remember. Do the shocks not protect against fall damage? Shock to your death. Maybe it was my fault because they don't protect it against fall damage. I thought they did though. Or do they not? They do? So girl, what the hell was that? They do, but it was behind a wall. I hate this. Can they just, like, at that point, no worries. I appreciate A-Twins, and thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. Thank you, A-Twins. That means a lot. I appreciate it. You are more than welcome to come back, and we can unban you as well, your main account. I can't remember your username. If you want to type it in, one of the mods can get it. But like when a wall is that big, I'm gonna be real, okay? Now listen, I know a lot of your boyfriends would say this is big, but in Fortnite, it's not that big. I know a lot of your boyfriends would say it's big, but in Fortnite, this is not that big. That's average size, actually. Get the hell out of here. Back is T, yes. Too big even. All right. Guys, stop defending your men with that. All I'm saying is I should be able to throw a shock down at that size of a thing and not take damage, okay? Okay. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I just wanna be part of your
It should be a Subway sandwich. Has anybody told you? Yes. Come out with the trade. Funny. Yes, we can get your usernames and we will unban you. Mallard, can you help me with that? Can you, okay, will you help me with that, Mallard? Thank you for apologizing. I do appreciate that. It's a good growth moment. The two people we banned. If we're gonna maybe unban them. Redby said they lay people off. I know. Listen. What's your idea? Guys, my brain is fried today, okay? Leave me alone. It's a clop. Okay, clop. All right, y'all, we do have a little hand torkoal. Let's see if we can slay that hand torkoal in this round. You think we can? And don't forget your daily hobbies if you're coming in. That's right, Titty Gobbler. Did you get through the follow? Autumn, I am, but I'm trying to ethically figure out how I can get the Hades skins. I really want the Hades skins. That's what I'm trying to do right now. You landed on bills also? Yeah, it's good. Like, Goku, thank you for the hand heart. Do you have any rewards here? I think I do. I also have 1,000 V-Bucks left over still, but I'm like, ugh. I gotta figure out how to do it, you know? I gotta figure it out. I hate to, I don't wanna, you know, be that person. You know what I'm saying? I would feel bad. Yeah, the mods are grabbing it, Starlight. They're going with it right now. Give them a few minutes. They gotta like go through the names. Thank you, Mallard. Slay to our mods, by the way. Purchase the most ethical way? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably the only way. Oh, I think they look really good, Mar. I think, honestly, I think the new Hades skins are probably one of the best looking Disney or like skins we've gotten in. Ooh. Girl, I don't want to do this right now. I'm uninterested. Girl. Girl. Oh, why my thing would not switch. I was trying to switch to my shotgun and it wouldn't swap. I swear the game is so buggy. I mean, it was me not being able to hit those shots, but also it was so buggy today. They laid off 1,000 employees this week. They let off by the way, guys, if the game is buggy, the literal person who is responsible for fixing the bugs in the game was one of the people they laid off. Now listen, Steve. I love her. I don't know the name of this. I can't remember the name of the skin. I'll look it up though. Quite literally one of the ones that they laid off. Kind of wild. No, Ophelia. Okay, I'm gonna say something kind of crazy. The Tomodachi life looks insane. I'm sorry. I feel like it's an inside joke that I'm not a part of. Are they with a follow? Like, I feel like it's... Yeah, they did. I feel like it's part of a joke that I'm not a part of. Like, I feel like I don't know, you know? Exactly, Raven. Yes. Agreed. No, it's actually crazy. Like, I feel like I need to, like... I don't get it. Yeah, literally, Christian. Have you seen? I did see that. Yes. Have you got the new free pickaxe? I guess I've earned it, but I haven't gotten in my inventory yet. They're pulling out all the stops. I feel like I gotta play Tomodachi live with fake Jinkies fans. I know. Alyssa, thank you for the hand hearts. Can we get some slays for Alyssa with those hand hearts, guys? She's got the fattest ass in the lobby right now. I'm gonna play it. I feel like I have to. You know what I mean? I feel like I have to. Slay. Bow, bow, bow. Moonshot for a reason. It's so silly. Having fun being silly. I was just like watching it. I was like, wait, is it supposed to be like Animal Crossing? Joshua, like, is it supposed to be like Animal Crossing, or is it supposed to be like Sims, or is it supposed to be its own? Like, I don't understand what the actual point of the game is. Like, I've been trying to like watch. I'm like, I don't understand the point of the. All I've seen are memes. I'm like, wait, and I'm like, wait, what is happening? I'm like, I don't quite get it. Oh my God, I can't even land. There's a million people around. Ooh, oh my God, wait. Hi. Okay, 1, 2. Animal Crossing Getaway. Okay. Memes are like 80% of the game. Okay, wait, then maybe I would like it. Maybe I would like it then. Girl. Okay, I had to lock it there. Joshua, thank you for the hand heart. I do appreciate that. I already said that, but thank you again. Or my DS, like Sims Animal Crossing Hybrid. Okay, maybe I would enjoy it then. Because it's just Tomodachi. Yeah, I feel like I need to. Maybe I'll give it a shot. I'll download the the demo tonight. I'll download the demo tonight. I swear I lose my sensitivity. I have it set to 800, but I also use a glass mouse pad, so my sensitivity is going to be different than what other people would use. You are saying, I'm so sorry, bestie. We can also get them after stream. Usually, if you're muted, it's just for the live. So even if you can't get it this live, my mods sometimes can't. There's a lot. We mute people like every 5 seconds. As we stream it, I'll look into it. I'm not opposed to it. Look like me, yeah. It's an older game. So is this a revamp of the old game, or is it a new game completely? Hi, Tinley. Say what? Yeah, glass mouse pad. I want to carry. Ooh. Girl. Hold on. Girl. Oh, it was a bot. Okay. Woo! I feel like I had to lock in there for a minute, y'all. But it was a bot, so we're good. It's a bot, so we're good. It was a bot, so we're good, honey. It was a bot, so we're good. It's kind of hard not to enjoy it. It's just a little game. Okay. I definitely need to check it out then. Happy Friday, Julisse. How are you? Let's go over this way and see. I need to start using the power gloves more. Oh, somebody died as like a fight thing. What is this skin? I gotta look up what this skin is from. It was in the shop a long time ago. Hi, Luke. How are you? And guys, we're almost at 50 followers. If you're scrolling by right now and you are seeing the red follow button, do you want to hit that follow and be an ally? A slay ally? It's a crew skin. It's a crew skin, y'all. I couldn't remember. Where are they? Where's the guy? Did he run? I can't see him. I can't track him. I can't track him fast enough. Let me grab that rivalry contract though. Woo! Spiritually follows. Guys, thank you for the gifties. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hi, Kelsey. How are you? But yes, we do have our sub goal and our goal on TikTok today, y'all. Bessie, what team did you pick? We are Team Ice King on God. Even the paparazzi team Ice King. Hi, corn dog. Even the paparazzi team Ice King. I have no ammo for this. A little more of an understanding about yeah. All right, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I love your energy. Thank you. On God. Got somebody else up here. I'm doing good. I like the new season. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of the new season. Not gonna lie. I love the rivalry stuff. I really, really do. I'm a big fan of the rivalry shit. I'm trying to clock where this person is. He's got to be nearby. Am I like heated rivalry? But in Fortnite. It's going good, Pixel Bunny. And guys, how many shares are we at on TikTok? You ever played Fortnite on console? No, I haven't. I have not. 56. Oh, we got to get that up, girls. Let's even get that going, can we? Let's see if we can get to 100. Maybe they're fighting over there. Is this? I don't think this can't be my rivalry, can it? That's bad. Ooh. Where'd she go? Where did she go? Oh my God, she ran away. Ah! Ah! God, my aim was so good there too. Ah! God damn. I really hate the chase. I really hate the chase. That was good, Bessie. I know that was a pretty good fight. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I kind of ate that there. She got away. I feel like the tracking was good with the aim there. Can't think for the heartbeat. Her rivalry's coming for her. Yeah. I need more sniper ammo. Bam, 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 bam. I have none. I also need more shotgun ammo too. I really don't have a lot of ammo. Ooh, I have my rivalry nearby here. Oh, there she is. I think this is a bot. Pretty sure it's a bot. Yeah. Yeah. Anything to say on the whole Chapel thing? I think it's here's what I'll say about the Chapel stuff. Do I think here's my very hot take. I think we gotta, who cares? At some point we gotta be like, okay, girl, there's a war in Iran. Gas is like $4 a gallon. I can't afford to breathe. Like, I feel like we've put too much attention on this shit. You know what I mean? I feel like not that, and I'm not saying that like not in a bad way. I just feel like we're putting so much. There's so many other big things we got to worry about. You know, I can't even think about her because I'm like, girl, I don't care. I can't afford her concert tickets. It's not like I'm going anywhere. My other tea is I will say the security guard did do a full post and be like, actually, I didn't work. I was not working for her. I worked for the hotel and went up and said something. So it wasn't one of her security team that said something, I guess, to the kid. To my knowledge, based off of the report that he put out on Instagram. That was like yesterday. Now, do I think she could, you know, be whatever? Sure. But I also think like the hate is kind of forced a little bit. I think having boundaries is fine. And I think in this age, like, it's whatever. And I don't think anybody is beholden to somebody's time just because they're famous or because whatever. I'll be real. Like, if I saw you guys in a store, would I be nice and love you forever? But at the same time, if I was in a situation where I didn't want to talk to somebody and I'd be like, hey, girl, not right now. You know what I mean? Yeah, yeah, that's the only thing. You're so fine. You're so fine, Minsung. Never watched I have not watched Hannah Montana Anniversary yet. So I don't know. I guess I have like mixed opinions on it. I think there's like, but here's what I will say. Chappell Roan like left her management when she found out that the guy who was the CEO for management was on the Epstein file list. She stuck her throat out for Palestine. I'm just like, I don't know. Like, I feel like she's done more good than bad just because she's doesn't want to be bothered and can sometimes be a little whatever with that, you know. I'm like, I'd rather keep, you know. That's my hot take. You know what I'm saying? But then she also, I feel, yeah, that's the other thing, Mallard. She said she's a political too. That's the thing is like, it's hard to have an opinion on her because I will be real. She goes back and forth all the damn time. Like she goes back and forth all the damn time. So I just feel like I don't have an opinion on her. You know what I mean? Because it's just back and forth all the time. And I just like, I don't know. I just don't care enough. I'm like, okay. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't care enough. You know what I'm saying? To be like, yeah. So I'm like, at this point, well, like I said, yeah, literally though. Now, I had a friend who did her makeup and they said they had a weird interaction with her. So I don't know. I guess all I'm going to say is I don't know. I don't know. That's my thing. Oh my God. Yeah, no, for instance, honestly, I would love if you would say hi to me though. I do that. Oh! Reens with the hand hearts. Wait, hello? I don't know why I hit that. I don't know why I hit the Jeopardy theme song. My brain is so fried. But thank you for those hand hearts, baby. I appreciate it. News to acquired. Oh, mom. Guys, is Oma a Ventress thing? I feel like everybody in my chat says it, but I have no idea what it's from. I don't know any of it. Is that what it's from? Jack, with a follow. Yes, it is. Okay. 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 I figured. When are you guys going to start saying my shit? Huh? When are you guys going to start saying slurs? No, I'm kidding. When are you going to start saying my shit? Do I even have any, like, lines? Like, I know, like, well, yes, but that's everybody. I feel like everybody does that these days. I don't know if I have any like lines. I'm just thinking for the hand heart. Oh my God, she's bald. Your dad. Anything involving dads? Okay, okay. I meant like a funny word, like, you know, something you say all the time for something. Not like I'm gonna screw your dad or she's bald. Baby Jane. So that one's not me though. That's the pit. Listen, Oren. Listen, Oren. I can only do so much. Girl, where is everybody? I will say every time it's like top 10, top 5. The map is huge. The circle's really big, usually. So I'm like, okay. Oh, not a rivalry. Okay, they're behind. He's going to be above me. You're bald. I said she's bald and my dad just changes. The one voice, Tiny Tina. Yeah, we'll have to workshop something. We need like a one-liner, guys. We need a one-liner. We need like a one word or a one-liner, you know, like, well, yes, or oh my, you know what I mean? We gotta come up with ours. Also, guys, thank you for tapping, by the way. And we're 2 followers from 45. Girl, please. I do say girl, please a lot. I say baddies. I say, well, baddies. I think I say baddies a lot. And sister, you're so good at that. Oh, honey. That's true. Oh, honey. That could be mine. Run me over, bitch. Sorry, I had to lock in. Had to lock in, had to lock in, had to lock in. Edit that flop. That was a good fight, I know. Girl, please. Yeah, maybe I should make them into emotes. Wait, that's a good idea too. Trust you will be dealt with. Wait, that's a good idea. Guys, let's put together a list of ones we should turn into like word emotes. And we'll do that. I think oh honey's, oh. I think oh honey's a good one. I use the MLK Foundation. Okay, fuck off. I'm waiting. Glenn Cuckoo, thank you for the, oh my God, thank you. Let's make a list. Oh, honey, I think oh, honey's a good one. I think she's bald is a good one. Okay, James. Oh, now I'm pissed. That too. Okay, they're in the bush over here. I know he's in the bush over here. No, in the sense that, see, these are like Wendy Williams one though. You know what I mean? Use the big pot. Oh, right. I should actually pay attention to the game. Hi, Wyatt. How are you? Clap if you care. You know what I mean. You know what I mean is a good one too. Your dad last night. No, we got to do like one. We got to find like one. I don't even know. I don't even know. Girl, I got to move. I thought they'd be in here. I thought, okay. I'm gonna lock in here for a minute, guys. Hold on. I'm locking in. Why, it's good to see you. How are you? And then it looks like the gears are turning. Yeah, when my brain's like, I don't want to be the third party here. I mean, I don't want to be the person that allows for the third party to happen. And I'm not going to be. I see one guy. Oh! Okay, 1v1. No! There was not, I mean, what was I gonna do? What was I gonna do? I shocked right into him. I knew I was gonna be the third party. I knew it was gonna happen. I knew I was gonna be the third party. I knew I was going to be the third party. I knew it. Let's not know what I'm doing. You almost had the back. I know. The TiVo's diabolical. Is it? Kylie, thank you for the follow. Guys, just guess whatever the opposite of what I say is and I'll be right. What are you guys even saying right now? That should be a bestie quote. What do I get for, guys, am I having a stroke or are you guys typing random shit in the chat right now? Ashante Brittany, you think of the follows. Am I having a stroke? I have a personal favorite that's not from stream. That's what I just say a slur. Now, Wyatt. And by slur, I mean the F slur, because I can say that because I'm gay. Okay. I've been struck, but what are you all saying? Oh my God, I can't today. What, you guys are sick. My chest is hurting you. Well, good for you. Good for you, sweetie, is one that I feel like I say quite often. Wait, that's a good one. Good for you, sweetie. Are you an actor? I used to be an actor. I'm not anymore. Let me get my lunch. Okay, fuck you guys. You guys are just, now you're just saying the shit that I say every day. Damn. Oh my God. Do we have a Fetzer one? I'll be literally 2 seconds. You don't even know. I cannot. I gotta piss. Girl, what do you want me to do? I gotta pee sometimes. Let me get my, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm a human being. Damn. God. Coffee. Okay. Yeah, not me having to sustain myself. Let's heat up the butter chicken. Fuck off. Sure, why if you want to. Oh. Okay, okay. I think oh honey's the good. Oh honey. Are you holding a giant corn dog? Not right now, I'm not. I was before. Favorite God, I don't even know. Oh. I'm doing good, Haven. I am in a silly, goofy mood today. I'm in a silly, goofy mood. Leave me alone. I think about the wasp is now often in the trailer. Oh my God. Girl, I almost like hotboxed myself, but with that, with raid and died. Hannah, thank you for the follow. I am feeling better, yes. What am I? Bad at video games. Oh yeah, that's an old one. That's a good one too. Makes me not so real bad. Ah. Ooh, a big pot and a little pot. She's eating good tonight. That's crazy. Wow, I do love it. Not the fish stick. What did he say? What did he say? It's true. They do nothing for the food chain. Listen, my mom's a beekeeper. She's a certified beekeeper, y'all. They do nothing. They exist just to torture us. They exist just to torture us. Baddies, by the way, we do have to end a little early today. If you were not here for earlier, I got prescribed new medication. Yay! From my new med therapist, psychiatrist. Yay! Today. But the pharmacy closes at like 7 o'clock. So we are ending a little bit earlier today so I can go pick that up. So that's just to let you guys know, okay? I would be like, I'll pick it up tomorrow, but I really want to try and start this med tonight because I think it's important for me to like, you know what I mean? It's important. And unfortunately, everything in my town closes at like 4 in the afternoon because this town is a waste. Yeah, Sarah, I got a text. I got a text from the pharmacy that was like, all good, bestie. I got a text that was like, all good. We love a healthy king. It's true. Is it already closed at? No. The pharmacy closes at 7 o'clock. I'm just saying everything else in my town closes at like 4 o'clock. Bye, Michael. See you later. So that means we only have a little bit to slay our goals today. Okay. So let's get cracking. The pizza drives me crazy. Back my ass like the drum. How many crowns do you have? I have wins, but not a lot of crown wins. I'm gonna be real. I want them to start counting just regular victory royales as like a separate thing. You know what I mean? Like, crown wins are impossible nowadays. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're impossible. Like, girl, can we just count regular wins? No, Mom, I like the elitist way. Okay, and I'm sure that you love capitalism too, bitch. I'm sure you were like, oh yeah. I have 20 crown. Listen, it's rough out here. No, you don't get a crown every win. You have to win basically either twice in a row or pick up a crown while you're playing. You know what and it's annoying as shit. I'm not gonna lie. Like if I get the win, I want to be rewarded for that. Real person? Bot? Bot. No, not a bot. Not a bot, just a bad player. I'm sorry, but First Coffee 6'7", that's millennial humor and Gen Z humor at the same time, and I hate that. Whoever that person was, I just know has the worst sense of humor. They took but First Coffee and 6'7", literally the two opposite spectrums of humor between the millennials and the Gen Z, and made that. Girl, get out of here. I just know their sense of humor is literally my least favorite thing in the world. I hate that. Loathe it, actually. 6'7" is a universal language. Please get me out of this hellhole. Hi, Tiffany. Guys, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say something. You guys are gonna be thinking this is controversial, but I will say I think Gen Z humor, which I'm part of Gen Z, is now being considered cringe. Like, also hi, bye bye, how are you? Is being considered cringe like millennial humor now from some of the videos I've seen. They're like starting to make fun of it. I'm like, wait, T. Andrew, thank you for the heart me, and thank you for the heart me too, bye bye. I appreciate it. Welcome to the dark side. I'm like, oh, how's it feel now? Girl, I'm not involved in any of it, okay? I'm my own damn breed. I'm my own damn breed, all right? Because you are old now. I see, the thing is, I'm a 1998 baby, okay? So I'm between both groups. So my humor is separate, okay? All right? Best drop spot, I mean, I do love the Frigid Fortress. Exactly. Alicia, everyone keeps asking me. I think I have to. I've never played it before, but I guess it's unhinged breed. We're not too young for the mustache thumb finger tattoo, and too old for Unk and Skibbity toilet. Okay. You will love it. Okay. Crazy too good. Thank you for the follow. Oh, Nikki, thank you. Guys, thank you for the gifties too. 97 is low-key better. Okay. Well. Smokey, thank you for the follow too. I'm 97. All right. Now, will I say, did my high school and I actively participate in, oh my God, what was it called? The Harlem Shake? Absolutely. Do I have several old videos from when I was in high school of my entire gym full of my entire class doing the Harlem Shake for a video? Absolutely. Do I have any regrets of that? Absolutely. And was I also part of the mannequin challenge? Yeah, I was. Yeah, I was. Post in the Discord. You will never see that video from me. You will never see that video from me. I will never show that to you guys, okay? You will never, ever see that from me. Please. Video starts well, yes. I feel like you're the type of person who texts in all abbreviations sometimes. Okay, clock my ass. Okay, clock my ass. I enjoy Discord. Okay, clock me. If I have to hack, I will. Jaw on the floor. Girl, where am I going right now? I'm doing good. How are you? Ooh. I'm ignoring that. I just don't want to deal with it. I don't want to deal with it. I'm Taco Jahari and I would never. To be honest, guys, I just don't text. That's my downfall. I'm an awful texter. I hate texting. It's my least favorite thing to do. I hate texting. I literally hate it. So honestly, I barely text. You know what I mean? I'd rather you FaceTime me. I'm a FaceTime baddie through and through. I'd rather you call me or FaceTime me. I would rather that. I would rather that. Like when my friends text me, it takes me 3 to 5 business days. They FaceTime me, I answer immediately. You know? And I mean that by people I know in real life, not like virtual people. Sorry, Mallard, love you. But I don't call anybody on Discord, I'll be real. I love a good phone call. That's why I can never do the texting phase with men. I'm gonna be real. I can't do it. I can't do it. You know what I mean? I'm proud of you, Sophia. Like, I get so tired of texting with men. I'm like, I can't. I will say the one thing I do enjoy about Hinge is the voice messages. I do like that we can set, a lot of men send me voice messages on Hinge, and that I was like, you know what? I actually don't hate this. Like, I thought I'd hate it, but I don't hate it. She gonna run? Ooh. Girl, I could not. Fuck, I might be dead. I might be in trouble. She might get me. She's waiting. Shit, she gonna get me. She's got just enough peek here, guys. Does this take me somewhere? Locking in, locking in, locking in. How do you always end up in these situations? Girl, I don't know. Chill, I just got here. Listen. Pizza, pizza. Get your pizza, bitch. Hi, Aubrey. How are you? No, I got out of that. Honestly, kind of clocked that shit. Not gonna lie. Kind of clocked that shit. Not gonna lie. Usually we don't. No, we won't have a stream tomorrow. Saturdays are my day off that I do take. Even though we did have off on. Well, not. I didn't have off on Tuesday, but I have tax shit. Girl, top 5 again. We got someone over there. I'm doing good. Do you like pizza? I do like pizza, yeah. I'm gonna Texas, yeah. Yeah, I do. I just didn't feel like wasting my time. Usually I get ass stuff over there. I don't know why I did that. I just gave my location away. That was dumb of me. Da, da, da. I'm gonna have to move here in a minute. Okay. Let's try and get to the... Oh, the rifts are gone. Shit. So I'm locking in a little bit because we're like top 4, y'all. We're top 4. I'm just locking in. So if I don't respond to chat, I love you. You're sexy. You're beautiful. May your skin always be clear. And may you never have a pregnancy scare. Don't know what that means. I'm waiting. Do 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 do. I'm trying to lock in. Oh my god, thank you, Gab, for the hand hearts. I saw that pop up. Okay, 3 people left. Top 3. One guy down here. I'm trying to hold my location here. I'm not seen right now. Fuck. I don't know why I did that. Oh! Yeah. Yeah. She's skinny.
I want to thank all the evil gays.
I want to thank him, Brett.
You know,
A humble diva.
really.
Clocked it. Oh, honey. And you know what? That's 2 today, baby. That's 2 today, honey. You ate that. We did eat that. Damn. Guys, I locked it. I locked in there. I locked in there. Oh, we love it. Well, if you're new here, y'all, let me introduce myself and say hello, by the way. I'll tell you who I am. I am your zesty bestie. And this is...
It's Brittany, bitch.
I love it, Jay. Is that the Fruit Bus soundtrack in the background? Is it? I have no idea. Also, guys, let me set a new goal on TikTok. Thank you guys so much, guys. I appreciate it. Also, let me get some shout outs to Lil Poopy Butt. Oh my God, holy cow. Wildring, Britt, Julianne, oh my God, a Papa with the Dreads, Kylie D's, Britt, M Justice, Gab, Des Wessy, Gallian, everybody for the gifties, Tomas, thank you for the gifties and the follows. I appreciate it. Thank you for the gifties and the follows, y'all. Let's set a puss goal. Wait, where did they get rid of the octopus? I'll piss my pants. Girl, did they get rid of the octopus? I'm going to shit my pants.
Can you believe that backstabbing slut?
Can you believe it, George? Guys, I think they got rid of the octopus gift on TikTok. I don't see it on my list at all. I'm going to be pissed. There's no way. Did they get rid of it? Oh, I'm calling the CEO of TikTok right now. No, what are we going to do? No, it's still here. I just I couldn't see it. Never mind. It's fine. It's fine. The puss goal started. George, thank you for the 100 biddies. Never mind. Lexi just sent one. Jay, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hi, 64. The puss goal is still here. Okay, she is.
I want fabulous. That is my simple request.
Give us a text to us.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for the gifties.
I need something inspiring to help me get along. I need a little fabulous. Is that so wrong?
I may have overreacted. Also, guys, we are 4 points away. Just 4 points away from hitting the plus goal on Purple platform. That's either 4 regular subs or 2 tier 2s or 1 tier 3. So very, very slay. We're so close, y'all. Bessie's worried. I know. All right, let's go back in. Do you know what it is? Guys, my brain is so fried. No, we're just doing solos right now, aimbot today. We're just doing solos right now. What are we gonna do like it's a life alter scenario? Listen, it is for me, okay? I love a puss goal. All right? Damn. I love a puss goal. Lindsay, you are literally so hot. What?
I just wanna be part of your symphony.
So we get tier 3, baby. Oh, thank you so freaking much. And TT, thank you for the follow. I think that should count it now. Might take a bit to load through. Are you sure? Listen, I may be. I don't know. I'm crazy up in here. I don't know why it says only still says 296. Hopefully it counts. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. She does. We're almost halfway with the sub goal too. Foreshadowing. By the way, y'all, if you are new here and want to leave a follow for Zesty Bestie, I would kiss you. Also, let's see if we get to 100K taps, y'all. We're a little behind on the taps on TikTok. On the TikToks. Okay, we got some work to do, girlies. Thank you, Smokey. I appreciate it. Let's see if we get to 100K. We're 15K away. Know that I have your stream up while I'm staying here playing at jobs. I love that. Tyler Oakley, no. Not me. Not Hermione. You. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm going to say something crazy. I did watch the new trailer for the new Harry Potter show.
Back rolls.
And I will say Harry Potter looks like a lesbian. I'm going to say it. Okay. One of the memes on Twitter right now is like, you're a lesbian, Harry Potter. Yeah, I mean, I don't really, whatever. Please. Bam, bam, bam. And Pretty Menace, thank you for the heart meme. I know, and that's why I love it, because J.K. Rowling hates that shit. Bam, bam, bam. Can I? Actually, wait, can I buy? How many rivalries have I done? How many do I need for the unlimited sprint? 80, and I only have 56. Damn, that's crazy. Well, we'll buy something good. Computer, make these boys super gay and horny. Computer, that's a meme that I love too. That one, oh, I bet that's been my vocal stim all week. Make these guys super gay and horny. Computer? That meme is killing me lately. Hi, Skid, how are you? Computer. It's so funny. It's called comedy. It's called comedy. Ah! A rivalry has begun with Chest of Fault. Mia More Sweets, thank you for the follow. Guys, we're almost to 70 followers on TikTok. Can we do it? We're gonna shout out the next 5 people to get us to 70. Right freaking now. Ooh, I hear wait. I hear blue. Rochelle, thank you for the follow. Rochelle Rose. I hear blue. Wyatt, thank you as well. I hear the blue in here. Girl, where is it? Hi, Blue. How are you? Britt, thank you for the follow. Computer. Make these men super gay and horny. Is it men? It's men, right? What is the actual thing? Oh, give me awful loot. Bye. Doolies, I'll take. Bob, thank you for the follow too. Where is my rivalry? Girl, she forever away. Girl, she forever away. Can you please hear? Yes. I don't think I have it anymore. All you want to do is dance. Wait, okay. This may be so niche. Okay, this is going to be a really, really niche thing, guys. This is going to be really, really niche. And I need you guys to lock in for this. Every time I see get a Vanessa Hudgens Sneaker Night song on a video on TikTok, people are talking about Bashar in the comments. Does anybody know what I'm talking about here? Does anybody know this niche reference I'm referring to? Anybody? No. I knew I would be the only one. I'm trying to figure out who the hell Bashar is. And I'm wondering if Bashar is the person that's like the alien, but I don't understand the correlation of Bashar with Vanessa Hudgens' song Sneaker Night. Like, I'm trying to understand the correlation and I don't know what it is. No, I cannot gift. I'm sorry, friend. I need more context. That's the context. That's all I have. Girl, why is my map all gray? The way that I set up my inventory is I have buttons that I press that allow me to auto switch to them. So I have them set weirdly. So there's no like real method to the madness other than it's just how I have it set up. Damn it. I want to try and practice the like, hold on. This is a bot, right? Okay, I missed. But I thought it'd be cool. Girl. Oh, I should use the, oh my God, I'm dumb. I would never order Obies for myself. Guys, we're 5 followers away from 75 followers on TikTok. BT dubs. BT dubs. Bark for heels, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you, baddie. Mr. Derby, by the way, is not my rivalry. Girl, can I go up? Where's the thing? Oh, I thought that, why did I think this was a thing? Wait. Ooh. Oh! Girl, I'm dead. Girl, I'm dead. Girl, I'm dead. Fuck! I'm pissed. That was so bad. Oh, I'm so mad. Oof, I was gonna get third partied anyways. Seen the wheelies? No, I'm not seeing the wheelies. What do you think of the heart me? Friar bestie, I know. Mo, think of the follow. I know. It's all right. It happens. Do you think of the follow as well? Thank you guys. Yes, we need some love on TikTok, y'all. We need some love today. We're trying to get back up on the TikTok grind because TikTok has been not happy with me lately. So anybody who's in TikTok right now, you're a real baddie. And Purple, if you can hang out on TikTok too, I'd love you forever. Thank you for tapping and sharing as well. I appreciate it. I miss Healy's IRL. Oh, okay. Well, yes. Guys, we hit the plus goal for the month. Thank you so much again. A period. That's right, sweetie. That's right, honey. Yeah, that's right. It's sneaker night. No updates with a JPEG. Is the Switch 2 worth it? I mean, I'd say yes. You don't. I know it's crazy. I hope so, Cass. I'm praying. As of right now, based off of the look of things, we're not, because we're like still at like 3K total views on TikTok. Usually at this point, we're at like at least 8. So I'm like, girl, she mad at me. I don't know why. I didn't change nothing. Yeah, the OLED, yeah. They are going to start switching most of the games over there to the only thing is most of the games are going to switch to Switch 2. I've got like 56, almost 60. Gab, thank you for the tiny track. I so appreciate that. Holy cow, the both of those. It's been weird, Bubble Kitten. Jenny, I guess. Yeah, I guess. I think we should just stream longer over there, but I just chatting is like, ugh. I might for a little bit take a break from chatting and do like chatting while we're live, you know? Have you watched the new episode of The Pit? I did. Hi, Mama Rose. It might be Andrea, yeah. Baby Chainsaw. I did love the new episode of The Pit, by the way. Jennifer, think it'll go popular, and Sarah Jane, thank you for the heart meme. I'm a little bit mad at it. Yeah, I think we'll just have to like, I know we've been doing like just chatting like for like an hour and a half on Purple. I think we're gonna start doing like, we'll probably start gaming and doing just chatting at the same time right away on both platforms for a little bit, just so that we have, I don't know, more time on TikTok for the next little while. Just so you guys know. Eventually we'll be able to bring it back around, but as of right now. Nurse Potato. Yeah, I saw Nurse Potato and I was like, and when he said baby girl, I was like, oh, I'm wet. When he said baby girl, I was like, oh, I'm wet. Okay. Girl, why am I not firing my gun? Why am I shooting blanks? Girl, I was shooting blanks. Something's purring. Okay. I think the pistol for now. Blanks are usually good, not here. Exactly. But yeah, guys, sure, not that live tapping helps a lot too on the TikToks. On the tickety TikToks. Yeah, oh my God, y'all are crazy today. Hold on. Gab! Oh my God, with the disco dinosaur! Ow!
I want fabulous. That
Oh, I hate Nicki Minaj. I might be dead, though.
Bigger and better in this. I need something inspiring to help me get along. I need a little fabulous. Is that cool?
I'm in trouble. Fuck, I'm dead. Guys, I'm dead. Oh my God, I dropped all my guns. I'm so stupid. Fuck, I'm so dead, guys. Oh. And I like the Justin. Are you, girl, what's you saying over there? Oh, because I said Nicki Minaj is awful? You're mad because I said Nicki Minaj sucks? Sorry, she's MAGA. Why would I like her? Sorry that I support LGBTQ trans rights. Sorry that I literally think that she switched because she's not making enough money. And so she decided to go conservative for some weird ass reason. Like, girl, she's a loser. She's a loser. And guys, don't ban them yet. I want to play. I want to play. I was waiting. What am I doing right now? I'm not even playing right. We love that. Girl, what you doing? Girl, what you doing? What are we doing here, girl? I'm dead. Ah, I knew I should have knew that was gonna happen. I should have known. I was not playing well there. Anyways, I think Nicki Minaj is a loser. She was with the brother about I wouldn't bet anyone. Yeah, no. Wait, I want to see what he said though. Wait, what did that person say? It was kind of funny. And I don't like the redness in your face. That's so funny, girl. It's called rosacea. It's called rosacea. Knack, thank you for the follow. Season's been good, ish. It's been a little bit, it's more sweaty today. Mikey, thank you for the Level Up Sparks. Level Up Sparks. Thank you. But yeah, no, I mean, why, I don't know. Why would you support her now? You know what I mean? I just can't fathom anybody supporting her now unless you are MAGA. Which if you are, get the hell out of here. If you are, get the hell out of here. You know what I mean? Absolutely not. You know what I'm saying? Let's think I'm crying. Yeah, right. Now, I actually love my red cheeks. I think I look like a little goddamn cherub. Exactly, Manny. Yeah. I concur. Clay, thank you for the heart meme. And guys, we do have our puss goal going on now. Let's see if we can slay that puss goal up. We get halfway with the sub gold. Hi, Clay. How are you? Thank you for the love you so much. We'll see who has the fattest ass this round. Now, that is a line you should quote. Which one? I look like a cherub. I look like a little cherub. I am enjoying this season a bit more than most. Yeah. Wet. Yeah, I am enjoying it definitely way more than last season. Last season, girl, bye. Girl, bye. Never want to see it again. Never want to see it again. Does it? I don't... Guys, I don't know. I don't care. I don't know. Sid, thank you for the heartbeat. Kind of fat ass here. Well, I've been saying whoever sends the most gifts Francisco per round has the fattest ass, just as a joke. Just as a joke. All water is wet, but not all wet is water. I want to die. Lindsay with a puss. Girl, can I lock in? Can I lock in and hit a shot today? Can I lock in and hit a shot today, maybe? Can I lock in and hit a shot today? I got killed by Skillery Clinton. Fuck. Not the Clintons. Sedate me. Okay, it's time to change the skin. It's time. Well, I guess Lindsay and M Justice have equal fat asses for that round. Equal fat asses for that round. Girl, why did I buy this skin? This skin is the weirdest shit ever. Please. 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 Okay. I always buy skins. I'm like, why did I do this? Why did I buy this when I never wear them? Let's wear her. She's kind of fun. I know she's a battle pass skin, but she's kind of fun. I like her. Oh, thank you, Aspen. I appreciate it. Yeah. So far, the season seems to be doing well. Yeah, I hope so too. Impulse purchases, truly. All right, we'll see who has the fattest ass this round now. Corinna, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Anna, thank you for the follow too. She was a battle pass? Oh, I bought her. I don't know. I thought she was battle pass. I never know. I never know. Okay. Damn. Let a girl live. Exactly, disassociation. So you get me. You get me. You get me. You know. Oh my God. TikTok actually hates me. We only have 200 views on our video. That's actually ass. It's never been. Guys, TikTok is like actually mad at me right now. I don't know why. That's wild. That's actually wild. Poor country Bob. It's true. Hi, Lisa. How are you? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. We've come so far to give up who we are. That's not the words. That's not the words. Yeah, I think I got the... You just have to get a win, right, for the pickaxe? Listen, I'm going to be real with you guys. Fortnite giving out a free pickaxe. There's something there. And they're only giving 3 days to get it over the weekend. They're trying to boost their numbers on the weekends. They are doing their best to boost their numbers. They are doing their best by playing the game and winning. They are doing their best. I'm like, okay, I clock that. I clock that. Anything with the follow? I know. Exactly, Lauren. Yeah, exactly. Hi, Modwy. How are you? Happy weekend. Wait, Lindsay. I just saw Lindsay drop like a bunch of pusses. Lindsay has the fattest ass right now in the lobby. Can we get some slays for Lindsay right now? Hi, Albie. Oh my God, how are you? How have you been? It's good to see you. Are you gonna? I don't know yet, because honestly, I'm still trying to not support Epic, but also the skins look so good. So it's kind of a mess. It's kind of a mess in that regard. In that regard. Ooh, I'm getting shot at. Guys, I'm playing like a bot today. I mean, I know I've had wins, but I am kind of... Girl, I'm getting shot at from 2 people right now. I don't want to do this. And I have the worst SMG right now. I don't want to do this. Please. Please. Ken and Brian, thank you. Lisa with the sub. You're such a baddie. Hold on. Got one. Nice. How was that? It was good. Thank you so much, Lissa. Wait, I spilled the tea. Oh, just the tea about the Fortnite layoffs that happened this week. With what I'm buying, yeah, I think that's fair too. I think being selective is good. I feel like I bought stuff just to buy stuff, and now I'm like, nope. I'm only buying, if I end up buying anything, it's literally just because I really, really want it. You know what I mean? I think that's a really good idea. Google gobble. Well. Sid, it's crazy. They laid off 1/3 of their employees this week. Literally 1/3 of their employees. It's actually insane. It's a huge amount of their employees. Is that a person over there? Wait, is that? Epic did? Yup. Yeah. I did, Carly. I have a pickup here after stream today. After stream today. Yay. The layoffs for this week, yeah, they were Tuesday? I think they were on Tuesday. If I remember correctly, they were on Tuesday. Athelia, thank you for the heart meme. I think they were on Tuesday, if I remember correctly. Yeah, honestly, it has to do with management of money. That's the T is. Third party time. Those were both 100% bots. Those were both 100% bots. Hi, how are you? Really bad. They go about their game with offensive and full losing for. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's just not good. I'm like heartbroken for the people who got laid off. I'm heartbroken for the people who got laid off. It kind of sucks. Hello, how are you, my friend? Thank you for the heartbeat, by the way. Welcome in. Doo-doo. 20 collab. Yeah, the collabs, it's just crazy. Literally, Mike, right? You just got off work. How was work? Guys, do you know if you get the unlimited sprint thing that you can buy, is that you keep it for the entire season, or is it something you have to buy each round? I was wondering that today. Hi, today. How are you? Each round. That's what I thought. I figured it was each round, but I was like, but I wasn't sure. I'm glad it went smoothly. That's late. And guys, thank you for doing a tap and share. Guys, we're 2 followers away on TikTok from 80 followers. Who's going to be our 80th one? Today. Celia, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Not me. Okay, bye, Miles. Coco the doll, thank you for the follow. That's okay. We got cooler people to follow. Who aren't you? Who aren't you, Miles Bartley? And he's your favorite. I know. I have not seen a single game that I'm excited about for this year. That's the real tea. Well, actually, lied. Pokemon Winds and Waves. I'm very. Oh, fuck. In the top. Oh, I might be dead. Hold on, we gotta lock in. Oh, there was a white right here. Oh, I hate my life. I know I was talking. Yeah, Vulcan, you're right. I actually thought about that earlier today. Hi, Sarah. How are you? Okay, I lived. Honestly, kind of crazy that we survived that. Not gonna lie. Don't know how we did that. I got out of there quick, though. I'll tell you what. You can see at the top. I can see at the top. So what I can see at the top of my info, Jacob, like on the chat bar, I can see how many people have followed this stream, how many likes we have, how many gifters we've had this stream, how many active viewers, which is like the total amount of views we've had, and then how many current viewers we have. Brian! Wait, I just saw Brian just sent 10 pusses. Brian has the fattest ass right now in the lobby.
I just wanna be part of your symphony.
Thank you, Brian. Huge slays. Haymors, thank you for the heart me. Huge slays, baddies. The fastest or the fattest? Well. Oh. We got a few people. Wait, what's going on? Somebody's nearby. I can't tell if they're above or below. Wait, where are they? I heard their footsteps too. It's not. Oh, it sounds like they're swimming. Sounds like they're swimming. Big puss energy. Girl, where's the damn thing? Oh my God. Girl, where's the damn thing? Oh, I'm gonna lose my mind. There it is. I got it. I was gonna lose it, girl. Oh, wrong way. Wait, shit. Is it? No, there's one here. Give me something good. Okay. Well, sure. Sure, that's fine. That's fine. Are you happy in this modern world? I don't know why I'm singing that. Hello? I don't, probably the cute, what's his name? The cute little fire type. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. But yeah, Winds and Waves I'm looking forward to. GTA 6, I guess, but is GTA 6 getting released? Who knows? Other games I'm looking, I don't know. What games are you guys looking forward to, by the way? Since I didn't ask properly. Pom Pom, yeah, that's what it is. Ooh. Girl, how did I die? How did I fucking die? How did I... This game, bro. Oh my God. Is that thing like just wipe your health? Oh, I hate it. Legend of Komori. I'm so excited for Euphoria next month. Oh, yeah. Is there a difference between New Yorkers that live in New York City and New Yorkers that live in the state? Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I'm sure I will. Clay, thank you for the rose. This year, there's an upcoming prequel to a game that the creator of Five Nights at Freddy hinted at. Ooh, interesting. Tomodachi Life, the new Fire Emblem, the Pokemon Waves. Those are all good ones. Those are all good ones for sure. Those are all good ones for sure. For sure. Let me set a new goal, by the way, baddies. Purple, hold on. Or on TikTok. Any plans to play? I would love to, Katie. We got to get back on like a... TikTok has been kind of mad at me lately, so we got to get back on like a TikTok's good graces. Then once we are, we may start doing more of that. We may start doing that. Right now, they're a little mad at me, but once they're not, we'll swap around for sure. For sure. Baddies, let me, what did I want to do? What was I going to do? I was going to do something. I don't know. We're going to keep going. We're gonna keep going. Hi, Elle, how are you? As a reminder, guys, we do have to end a little early today because I have to go pick up my prescription and they close at like 7. So I'm gonna end at like 6 o'clock so I can go get that properly. Release date yet? Interesting. Tomas, thank you for the roses, guys. Thank you for the roses. I appreciate it. So we got TikTok actually has almost hit the goal already. So it's just purple. Just purple, y'all. 6, 7. I'm doing good, Chloe. How are you? Of course, Al. Yeah, sending you love. But yeah, for me, I feel like I'm excited for Winds and Waves. I think that's the one that I'm thinking about, though, right now. Thank you, Bloody Beauty. That's the only ones I can think of right now off the top of my head of like ones that I'm looking forward to. As of this current moment. What time's it? I'm Eastern Standard Time. EST, Eastern Standard Time. I'm doing good, Demi Games. Do you all see PlayStation announce the Raise in console? I did see that. Yeah, that's crazy. Favorite Pokemon ever? I love Minun. Oh my God. Minun and Plusle. I love both of them very much. Zach, thank you for the follows. We're playing a 0 build. 0 build. Like, girl, please. Yeah, I don't know why they raised the prices. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking, Zach. I appreciate it. Yeah, I like this skin a lot. I did like the Start Pokemon. Truly. Poor fish stick. Poor fish stick. Thanks, Nicole. I try and be as interactive as possible. And thank you guys for needing to tap and share. It does help a lot. It does help a lot. Map. Baby Jane Doe. Yeah. I have like 4 sticks of RAM. Do you think I'm rich? Like extra ones in my closet. Does that make me rich, guys? Does that make me loaded? Or what am I doing? Yes. Girl. Oh, he had 1 health. I hate my life. I hate my life because what do you mean he has 1 health? Like, how do I don't, this is what I never understand. In what possible world does the math ever equal out to them having 1 health? Like, in what possible world? The name, I know. Possibly Celia, possibly. I sometimes do viewer games or sub games. It depends. It depends on the day. But yes, guys, we need some love on TikTok. If we can get some folks to join over there from Purple, I don't even know what to do anymore. Ugh. I collected mostly. My grandpa got all mad when I said I don't like, that's crazy, Kate. For Winds and Waves, I want Pokemon that are not object vehicles or animals that exist IRL. I want more pocket. Yes, I agree. Bubblekin, I actually agree with you on that one. Hi, Fox, how are you? Fable game. Yeah, Fable is good too. I mostly just collected though. I mostly just collected for the most part. Mostly just collected. How are you, Fox? It's good to see you. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. It's going really good. I had a great day to start. Honeybee, thank you for the heart me. I had a great day. Ring of Keys. Yeah, like I'm not a fan of that Bubblekin. I don't like Clef Key either. Like I don't like the ones that are like, or like Vanillite, like vanilla ice cream. I'm like, okay, you know what I mean? It's like, just give me unique Pokemon. Like, let's go back. Hi, Kitty Rose. I'm just for the roses too. I will say I really did like ZA. Pokemon ZA I really enjoyed. Nice, Julie said, I love that. I really enjoyed ZA. Like the gameplay of ZA very much. What's your favorite loadout? Right now I've been running the new shotgun and either with a pistol or the combat AR. All right, that's crazy. How'd you get pickaxe? You have to get 30 levels, 30 rivalry wins, I mean. But I love the new style of like fighting Pokemon in the game. I love that. I really did. I really did. Yeah, Bubblekin for sure. Like not adding new Pokemon, you mean? I kind of agree with that. I actually would love to see less. I don't even know. You ever played Life is Strange? A little, but never finished it. Need to one day. Need to one day. Fat Shaver, thank you for the heartbeat. Welcome in. Girl, where is this chest? I can never find it. Okay. Hey, bestie. Hi, Vicaroni. How are you? I'm gonna keep what we have for right now, I think. I don't know, Ari. I know, Kylie. I don't know. Yeah, that's true, Lauren. I actually don't like this area a lot. And why thank you for the heart me? I know, Kylie. I'm like, oh, I'm glad I got you through a long day. That makes me so happy. Girl, why is my rivalry 10 years away? Like, there's literally people over here. Hello? I'm doing good, Hazel. You remember? Oh, yes. I'm always, Jasmine. Some days. I mean, I love what I do, but also there are days where it's, you know, it's tougher. What's over there? Ooh. Wow, I can't land a single shot. Oh my god, thank you for the heart me. A greenhouse. Wait, that's cute. Yeah, the rivalry across the map's kind of crazy. Is this a real person or a bot? I can't tell. The pandemic got me into streaming, really. Okay. Was a bot. Was a bot. Was a bot. Hi, Mama Kens. How are you? Hold on. Where was I getting shot from? Where was I getting shot from? Hello? Hello? Oh, wait. Under the rock, Connie. Dwayne the Rock Johnson. Sorry, I locked in there. Thank you for the army as well, guys. Make sure you keep tapping out that live. And we're almost to 85 followers. So thank you for following if you're on TikTok. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Rocking the effort, literally. Sue, thank you for the roses. Oop, thought I had the wrong one. The boulder is confused. Yeah, where is my... I think we got the rival now. In this modern world. Wait, is this the thing that I get to eat? No, those are the things we throw. I need the ones that you can eat. Leslie, honestly, neither am I some days. It's okay, you know? It depends on the day, right? Some days we're good, some days we're not. It's all right. Baby Jane Chow. Do I go make another cup of coffee or grab a pop? Ooh, great question. What are you feeling? What are you feeling like? What's the tea? What's the shade with what you feel? I really wish that these gloves were duration and not usage. Like, I really wish they were duration and not usage. Can you believe the heart meme? You think I get like 10 or 15 friends to join over on TikTok, y'all? From Purple. You might need that today. Unfortunately. I hate to ask. But she is mad. What's duration versus usage? So like you see how this has like a certain number of like 3 uses or whatever on there, Alyssa? Usually duration means like there's like a health bar on it and eventually it'll run out after a certain amount of uses. Oh, no worries. Well, I'm glad you're here, Cassie. Welcome in. Hi, Ash over here. Thank you. Carrie, thank you for the heart me. Modern world. Thank you for the roses. Oh, yes. Thank you for, of course. Brian, thank you for the follow. Oh, let's do some in the vending machine, guys. A Stars Born. I know. I don't know why Stars Born is stuck in my head right now, but it's like really stuck in my head. The gloves don't reset their charges? No, there's a certain, you can only, like, each one takes, there's 20, I think, usages total, and then each one takes the total out. So eventually you run out. Nothing worthwhile. So it makes it kind of, I don't know, kind of annoying. I am Leslie, yeah. I do every time, yeah, it's kind of crazy. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. I don't know why it's being like this. Hopefully we just keep it going here. Good luck. Thank you. Do you think self-revive is useful? Not in solos. I think maybe in other game modes or in like duos or not even duos. Maybe in like squads it's more useful because you can like draw attention away from yourself. But otherwise, not really. Alyssa, thank you for the follow. Hi, Kylie. How are you? Thank you for the heart me. Stop it. Yeah, right, Cowboy. It's like crazy. It's such a good movie. Such a good movie. I'm doing good. We're vibing today. We're having a good afternoon. Can't complain, baddies. Can't complain. Lady Gaga was amazing in that movie. I just rewatched the other day. No, I don't think we are. I think I just haven't been putting in the hours on TikTok Chocolatey, and so TikTok's mad at me because of that. TikTok, oh shit. TikTok loves consistency. Bro, can I land a shot maybe? Oh, thank God, I got him. No, fudge! I knew it. I knew I was getting third party the moment I saw them. I would pick up the purple gun, but right now my goal is to stay alive. I am on purple, yes. Banjo's next to you. Wait, where? Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, thank you for the roses, by the way. I appreciate that. How do I only have 8 shotgun ammo? Okay. That's okay, Big Hoss. TikTok's been weird for us lately. It's all good. What I'm gonna start doing also is doing the ping for TikTok again in the Discord. But if you're ever like, when is Zesty Bestie live? Make sure to join the Discord as well, because we don't really have like set lately. Oh, shit. See, he's waiting. He was waiting for me. This fucker was waiting for me the whole time, dude. I gotta run. He's gonna chase me down. Slurp. That guy's aim is crazy, by the way. Hi, Kind Fox, how are you? Sorry, I had to lock in there. His aim was crazy. Like, it was actually, he was knocking every shot on me there. Pizza time! Pizza, pizza! The question is, where is he gonna follow me? Oh, there he is. Look at him. You see him there? I wanted to know I saw him. Watch as I dive in. I'm gonna hit the ground. Trying to lock in on where he is. Meow, 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 meow. And guys, make sure to follow if you're enjoying this stream. We're almost at 85 on TikTok, so thank you for following if you're new. Unique, thank you for the follow. Hi, Maven. Today, unfortunately, is going to be a little bit of a shorter stream, baddies. I do have to pick up a prescription that's a new prescription for me, which is amazing. New mental health meds. Yay! But the pharmacy closes earlier on Fridays, so I do have to go pick it up earlier. Hi, Freya, how are you? Unfortunate. Mandy, thank you for the follow. Who's an artist you go to a concert for? Adele. Adele for sure. When do you get off? Probably in like a half an hour, but usually we're on for another 2 hours or hour and a half usually. Yes, I had an amazing appointment today. It was actually something I've been hoping to have for a long time. Yes, I've not seen these new therapists. I see soon. Hold on. But I saw the psychiatrist today, the new psychiatrist. Wait, was that the same? Ooh. And the psychiatrist, like, fully, she literally just, like, understood exactly what was going on. And I was like, this is amazing. Like, I don't know how to describe it, guys. It was amazing. she looked at the meds that I was taking and she's like, I don't understand how you're functioning as an adult with the way these meds interact with each other. She's like, I just don't know how you're functioning. And I was like, wait, what? Like, it was crazy. I was like, I honestly haven't. I've been struggling a lot. And she's like, I can tell exactly why. Like, my meds were not working well together. And it was, she's like, there's no surprise you're feeling the way you've been feeling and struggling for things. And I was like, ugh. It's just like, it's so when you have that like self-affirming moment, it's like amazing, you know? Ooh, I see somebody over there. Ooh, he's in the sky. Ooh, we got somebody here. We got somebody here, y'all. I guess we do have the Rosa goal as well. We got our sub goal on purple. Oh, he's sneaking. Do you see him? You see him sneaking in there? I think I won the free pickaxe, but I don't think I'm gonna get it yet. I think it comes in on Monday. Sorry guys, I'm locked in here. Oh shit. I have one. I'm fucked. I have 1 health, guys. I'm so fucked. I'm so cooked. I'm so cooked. Fuck. I'm cooked as shit, guys. Guys, I'm cooked as shit. No, I'm dead. Fuck. No, I knew it was gonna happen. I knew. Why did I try and grab the thing? I was so cooked. Oh, I knew it was gonna happen. Oh no. That's all right. That's all right, baddies. Listen, it is what it is. Damn. That's okay. That's okay. Sure, KB, right? GG though. Slay for a living. Okay, all right.
Baby, I shake that ice. I shake that ice. Shake that ice. Now what? Shake that ice. I shake that ice. Shake that ice. Shake that.
Work. Oh, oh my God. Wait, that's insane. Well, know that you are loved here, and I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm sending you so much love. Amaz, could you do a guessing game on TikTok when you get a second, please? Little Shack. Bum, bum, bow, now. Work, honey. You better work. Yes, thank you, Amelie. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Sorry, guys, I got a notification. Hold on. Oh, thanks, Lena. I appreciate it. Bible can see you later. Ashes, what day is that, bestie? I'll let you know. If it's not Saturday, then yes. Most likely, unless something crazy happens. Unless something crazy happens, I will plan to be live. I will plan to be live. Girl, mate. The one thing I don't like, I don't know if anybody, does anybody here have glass mouse pads? Anybody here have a glass mouse pad? Sometimes it gets like frictiony. I don't know how to describe it. Anna, thank you for the roses. Tomas, MLB, guys, thank you for all those gifts. Brooke, all you guys, thank you for the roses. I appreciate that. I'm also gonna approve Vampire's message when you get a second too. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Do you know what I'm talking about, Kai? Oh, Ash Cash, it's good to see you. No worries, bestie. You come when you can. Do I have any mods on TikTok? We do. Okay. Live. Thank you, guys. Love you. Shout out for the mods. You're fabulous. You guys are, as I say, icons.
She's an icon. She's a legend, and she is the
Right,
moment.
you know exactly. Okay, I'm glad I'm not alone. I feel like it's like after like a couple hours of usage, you're like, what? And I don't know how to. I always have to like end up wiping it down every day. I feel like, but maybe I'm doing something wrong, and maybe it's my skates or something. I don't know. I think it's gotta be maybe my skates. Kenny B, thank you for the follow. Girl, why did I land here? It's gonna be so sweaty. No worries, Ash. No worries. Thank you for being over there. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Got this. Watching you wait for my boyfriend to get off work. I love that. What's for dinner today? Okay, I do have a Gordon Ramsay frozen meal. Is that depressing to eat for dinner? I'm not gonna lie, guys. I kind of like the Gordon Ramsay frozen meals. I know they're just like money grabs, but they're kind of good. The lasagna one is like actually good. I know that's crazy, but they are good. I'd say go with the lasagna one is actually good. Correct, Emily. Yeah. For frozen meals, I'd give it a 5. For frozen meals, I give it a 5. I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like frozen meal is like, you're not going there to get, you know, to get like the cream de la creme. You know what I mean? There's you can make a ticket for it. There's in the ticket, make a ticket area. Hi, Talia, how are you? You can get, Walmart sells them, Kind Fox, actually. Walmart actually sells them. Quite a bit of them. Can I buy anything? No. Okay, Gordon, listen. Any movement. Better than Stouffer's lasagna? Yeah. Yeah. Usually the frozen meals I get are like, what do you call it? I get like butter chicken a lot, things like that. Amy's, I don't know, it's pretty good. Ooh, I almost jumped. I didn't have any stamina. I do like the pistol, but I will say I've been enjoying the combat assault rifle more. Kind of crazy. Oh, I'm dead. He was 18 too. Damn, that's crazy. They always pop out of nowhere and scare the shit out of me. What brand is the frozen butter chicken you get? I usually get the oh god, I'm gonna be real with you, I don't know. Hi Bork, how are you? First guy from Vernon's bomb.com. I love that. Guys, I feel like I'm either playing really good or really bad today. You know what I mean? I feel like each round is either amazing or ass. Hi, my ducky darling. How are you? Actually, let's change the skin. Hold on. Let's change the skin. You know who I want to put on? I haven't worn this guy in a little bit. Where is he? I love the Dreamer guy. I never wear him anymore. And he's so cute. Guys. I'm going to put him on. Welcome in, Jennifer. It has been a bit. Bork, are you doing good? I hope so. I was going to change also my sidekick, maybe. Let's put the fish on. He's a cutie. Chloe, thank you for the hat and the mustache. Oh my gosh, thank you. And Jennifer, thank you for the follow. Yes, Bulge Twink skin. Okay. He's the only skin that has the kind of good. He's the only skin that has like a unique what do you call it? That was a bad post to do just randomly. So sorry. But you'll see. You'll see what I fucking mean. Zilly, thank you for the follow. Hi, Moonvamp, how are you? Hi, Vanessa. Burnt, I feel you. Finally, oh, wait, congratulations. Wait, that's amazing. That's so exciting. I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for you. Bum, 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 bum. Unique landing, thank you. I couldn't remember what it was called. Well, I don't know why I couldn't remember what it was called off the top of my head, but yes, unique landing. Do. Congrats. The OG Superman does? Oh, okay. Well, hi, T. How are you? Ernie, thank you for the roses. Hi, guys. Welcome in. I hope you guys are doing well if you're joining in. What time is it? I gotta keep an eye on the clock, y'all. I do unfortunately have to go for this. I'm on a purple platform that rhymes with witch, Vanessa, but I also have an Instagram, a Facebook. I post on there daily. We're trying to actually get a lot of more new followers on Facebook. So if you have a Facebook, come follow me over there. I'm doing good, T. Oh, good, Emily. I'm glad. Buddy, we thank you for the roses and Amelie and Ernie. Gluten free quesadilla. Ooh, yum. I'm not kidding. Guys, I hate to break it to you. Facebook is paying creators a crap ton of money right now. I don't know why. So we're trying to grow our Facebook a little bit. Hi, Lost Lens. I don't know why. It's like what TikTok used to be. GD boyfriend, how do I apply? Oh my god, ready guys? Well, get that Facebook one. I know. Like I only think I have like 200 followers on there on Facebook right now, and I've made like $15, which I know doesn't seem like a lot, but for 200 followers, $15 is a lot. Well, Maddie, listen. It does. You have to get a deal with Snapchat. Usually you have to get a deal with Snapchat, but that's why, oh, a lot of former creators will, damn it, will like the old like TikTok boys, they're all on Snapchat because they get paid ad revenue from it. I'm glad I'm doing FIP now. People still use Snapchat? I don't, but ooh. Maybe? I don't know. That name is a little odd for it to be about, but it's gotta be. It's gotta be. Jojo2. Thanks for the Facebook. I appreciate that. We post, girl, this chest is still broken. Hi, Bree. Also, guys, I want to say thank you. We did hit our plus goal for for purple this month, so a huge shout out to y'all for that. Thank you so much again. Really? That's crazy. And don't forget to check your Amazon Prime, y'all, if you haven't already. They do not auto renew, so you have to renew it yourself if you haven't already. Thanks, Lost Lens. Sofa, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. How did you get it open? I feel like every time I go to this chest, it never wants to open for me. You have to pew it, I'm assuming. Yeah, Maddie, it's pretty easy to set up. You just gotta connect your account, basically. Love that, Bork Smash, oh my god. Okay, baddie. Which one has stuff in it? Okay. Hi, Feifei, how are you? Hi, Athena. How are you, baddie? Maddie, thank you for the heart, me too. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're doing good. Oh my god, you guys are fabulous. Who would my dream partner be, like in a relationship? Girl, I don't even know. Honestly, at this point, I'd take anything. I'm kidding. I know, Athena. Yeah, they raised the prices of everything. It's kind of crazy. Yes, I will. I will. Meow, meow. Thanks to y'all. I will and Granny, yes. Slay. Well, listen. Anytime, Maddie. Usually I try and know the person a little bit beforehand, but oh my god, that's great news. I know. I know. It's very exciting stuff. Let me actually take. Nope. I'm doing good, Athena. How are you? Bye. See you later, Feifei. Gamer, I say thank you for the follow. But yeah, I just really hate how these are like individual use, these power gloves. I wish they were duration based. Maybe that's too OP for that, but I feel like it'd be better if they were duration based. Maybe I'm crazy for saying that. I don't know. I don't know. Bye, Cassie. Yes, we'll be live again on Sunday. Sunday, baddies.
Five Nights at Freddy's.
Manifesting.
That's where I wanna be. Five Nights at
Freddy's. Thank you so much. That's where I wanna be. Jump scare. Jump scare. Guys, we're one sub from halfway with the sub goal on purple. We did hit the goal on TikTok already. So thank you, TikTok. 8 down. Ooh. Not me not reloaded. Let me not get into a fight when I'm not reloaded, girl. Let me not get into a fight when I'm not reloaded, girl. Okay. Okay now. Yeah, exactly, Lilbor. That's what I want. Yeah, durability for sure. I like taller men. Taller short doesn't matter to me really. Usually clean shaven. I'm not a body shape doesn't really matter too much to me. Too much. As long as you like take care of yourself, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? JK, I'm shy. Oh my gosh. Groomed. But no, I don't really care either. Really, honestly, guys, as long as you're like, my type is clean, just clean. Good hygiene. Good hygiene. Thank you, T. Good hygiene. Decent human. Has a decent personality. Because my God, I'm so over men having just the worst personalities in the world. It drives me crazy. Majestic, thank you for gifting a sub. Oh, you're a baddie. Oh, you're a baddie. No. Hydrated. Bare minimum. Bare minimum. Bare minimum. But yeah, I just wish these were duration like the boost gloves. I'll be real, guys. Trust me. If I didn't have to, if I could be straight and love girly pops, I would. But I'll be real, because men are just sometimes the shit. Awful. But I just love men. But I just love men. What can you do? What can you do? Hi, for Lizzie. I'm doing good. How are you? Happy Friday. Big mood. Best for yeah. As of right now, I don't wanna. Do. Men is my red flag, literally, right? I'm liking the new season. I like it quite a bit. I do like the new season quite a bit. I'm enjoying it. I think it's much better. I like that there's like I like the rivalry system a lot. I think it's fun. Tristan, thank you for the roses. I so appreciate that. Bye. See you later, T. Oh my God, the lags. Yeah. Do you have a celebrity crush? I have a lot of celebrity crushes. I love Spencer Reed, but what's his actual name? From I like it, Christy. I'm currently not buying. I won't probably buy it, but I think it's cute. Matthew Greg Goober, thank you. How many crown wins? Not too many. I think 2 so far, Hosmad. I have a lot of regular victory royales, but I don't have a lot of crown wins. What skin is that? This is the Dreamer skin something. It was in a bundle a while ago. Maddie, listen, babes. Listen, babes. Maddie's like, I'm shooting my shot, honey. Gatekeeper is back. Really, Victor? Favorite new item? This shotgun. That shotgun I love. Hi, Despre. How are you? Hold on, I'm locked in. What's your favorite travel item? Is that what it's called? I like this a lot. The Skyline Deployer. I like this too. Also, Solar Crush, I love that. Why did your last relationship... Girl, I've never been in a relationship. Unless you mean the one from high school in which I was in a relationship with a woman. And I'll tell you why. I like dick. That's why my last relationship ended. Do you miss her so much? Oh God, it kills me. Happy Friday. Hi, Mickey. Happy Friday. And we grow and learn. Yeah. Let's see what loot they had. Anything good? What the fuck is a vendetta flopper? What is that? Wait, what does that do? Marks, wait. Eat me, I'll mark an, ooh, nearby enemy. Oh, T. Wait, I've not seen that yet. I'm not gonna carry it, but T. T. How long did you date her? About 3.5 years in high school. Yeah. Yeah. Guys, I didn't come out of the closet till my senior year, at the end of my senior year of high school. How did she react? We broke up and then I came out. We broke up because she, okay. It's a long fucking story. Basically, she was a lot older than I was. So she was in college when I was a junior. But we dated while she was in college. So that's the tea, that's the shade. I was a freshman and she was a junior when we started dating. When I started dating. Oh my God, you were a victim? No, you freaks. Whoa, yeah, gagged. Guys, I hung out with, when I was in high school, like my freshman and sophomore years of high school, I hung out with people much older than, like juniors and seniors were the people I hung out with, because I was in competitive show choir. Shut up. And so all of them were, I got recruited young. So I ended up being in show choir with all these older people and go on trips with them all the time. And so I met her through show choir. The glass was clear. Yeah, the closet was glass. Making the roses. And she didn't know. Yeah, listen. I'm going to watch Glee. Girl, it was my life, but yes. So you should only risk it. Yes. I mean, I've had situationships, if that's what you mean. I've had situationships. I never really told her I was gay. I mean, she knows now, I'm sure. But she's like married and has like 2 kids now or something. I don't know. When you see high school pictures? No. Well, actually, maybe. Maybe for a goal. We'll do that. Did you guys do the do? I was 14 and going through changes. So you do the math, babes. You do the math. You do the math. The math says no. The math says yes. Drew, think of the follow. The math says I would hump a log if I could. Hello? It's called puberty, kids. No, I was not. Well, 14 when we started dating. Maybe I was 15. I don't know. I was a freshman. However old you are when you're a freshman. However old you are. There was only a period of time where she was 18 and I was 16. Like that was the only time where it was like illegal, quote unquote. He'll figure out his way. Yeah. My mom knew too. Imagine she's in here. There's no way she is. We're still friends on Facebook. We're still friends on Facebook. Getting down to 15. Hell yeah. I mean, listen, guys. Yeah, that age gap, it's not that. It really isn't. Also, like, I feel like that age gap is very normal in high school. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? What's the most rebel thing you've done during your teen years? Like I would tell you bitches. Like I would tell you bitches. Like I would tell you. All right. I did some crazy shit in high school. We'd never forget. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Here. Here's one. Anyone remember Coney 2012? Anyone really in the Coney 2012 cult back in the day? You're from a small town? Yes. Yes. Okay. So our school took a bus down to Washington, D.C. for the Coney 2012 it was like the thing. And we all went down. And let's just say on that coach bus, I got busy. So that's the riskiest thing I ever did. Okay, I guess. One of the riskiest things. Oh. I was 15 on the bus. Yeah. Saving kids by almost making kids. I'm kidding. Stop it. How old are you? I'm 27. With my girlfriend at the time, guys, when I was dating a girl. Wait, what are these riffs? Wait, I don't know these. Wait, what the shit is this? Ah! Girl. What is this? What do I do? What the fuck is this thing? Does that do something? That's where you get the gatekeeper. How do I do it? Oh, I did it worse. That's a very mild story. Hello? Ah! Jesus Christ, what is happening? Ah! The fuck are these Hello? I'm so confused. Hold on, I'm locked in. No! Eat my ass. Eat my ass, loser. God damn it. I just want the gun, dude. She's like waiting right there. Girl, I'm missing every fucking shot and I don't have my gun. I hate my life! I just want to be able to try one thing without getting third-partied by 18 people in this game. But I just wanted to try the bat before I literally got like 18 people in this game. I'm like, seriously, you can't even do one thing. I know I ate up that one hit there. Anyways, I wanted to try the bat so bad. I didn't get to try it. Oh well. Oh well. I know. I thought I did too injustice. I was ready. I was ready to rumble. It's like you can't even like have a thing there. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Sorry, I was looking at my messages here. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Okay. You know, we're both crushing out today over the third party. It's insane. The third party is it's like insane. It's insane. You literally cannot get into a fight and not expect a third party. I didn't Winters, no. What were we talking about before I died? I can't remember. I can't remember what we were talking about before I died. This might be close to the last round, besties, because I do have to go get this prescription after this. But let's see if we can slap the rest of our goals for the day. It's okay when I do it, I know. He not on a bus according to the 12. Well. But yes, no, I end up just having situationships after that. Situationships with that. That's it. High school, yeah. Listen, I ain't gonna give you all the tea, okay? I ain't gonna give you all the tea. All right. Oh, my back is killing me, y'all. I ain't gonna give it all to you. Did on the buses where we left off. And that's where we're gonna leave that story. And that story ends there. We need to, Meredith. We really do. Hi, Yoda. How are you? Thank you for the rose, Brooke. I appreciate it. Have fun, Jolie. Say we have a good time. We have a good time at movie night. I hope it's a blast, bestie. I hope it's a blast. All right. Let's lock in, y'all. Let's lock in. Is that a fat chicken in your hand? Sorry, what did you just say to me? What? Is that a what in my hand? Did you ever crush on a boy in high school? Not really. I'll be real. I just was like, you know, I mean, I guess kind of maybe, but not any like specifically. Pardon? I'm dead. Fuck me. How is there literally already... Oh! Girl. Above. Dude, I can't. Like, holy shit. I literally cannot even like land anymore. We'll do one more because that was crazy. I literally cannot even land. Ugh. That's insane. That was crazy. All right, y'all. I'm gonna challenge us. Last round. Let's see if we can slay up maybe part of our goals. Finish it out on purple. Game of Thrones kids are so upset. Yeah. They're very expensive. One more. And guys, thank you for sharing and tapping. We're 6 followers away from 100 followers this stream. We're 6 followers away. So if we have 6 more people on TikTok who are gonna leave a follow right now, I'll give you a kiss. You should play music. I don't usually play music on my stream because I have a lot of alert sounds. Usually. Like that. I do kind of Foxy. Amelia, Maddie, and Linda, thank you for the follows. And Joe22, thank you for the follow too. Now we're just 2 away. Oh, yeah. Is Vex event? No, it's just a rubber ducky. It's a rubber ducky, Kenzie. The rubber ducky. It's a rubber ducky. A little rubber ducky. You dance moms? Of course I have. Say we fight dog tonight. Oh no, Ash. Hi, Emmy. It's with the skin. It's with the skin, Ruby. I have a younger brother, Kind Fox. A younger biological brother, and then I have step siblings from when my parents remarried. Hi, Void. I was rolling. By the way, y'all, if you're new here, let's do our introduction one more time to say hello.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
don't call, just text me. Bitch, it's slow, can't get
Oh my God, she's That's for you, Void.
ITGIRL. You know I am that girl. Shh, bitch, don't kiss and tell. It girlfriend ATL.
We're just 2 followers away, y'all, from 100 followers on TikTok this stream. She's bald. She's bald. Hey, thank you for the follow. And Megan, Depressant, thank you for the follow. And thank you for the roses. Oh my gosh, you guys are slaying on TikTok with the goals today. Insane. Oh my God, all the followers. Thank you, baddies. Welcome in. Meow, meow. Girl, let me pick these up here. Nice, before I love all of those 2 girly pops as well. Guys, thank you so much for the Rosa goal. Oh my God, I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Oh, too sweet. Yeah, we slayed the goals on TikTok. Thank you. Meow, meow, meow. Slay. Not loving this loot right now, but we'll deal with it. We'll deal with it for now. We'll deal with it for now, honey. We'll deal with it for now. I'm gonna go back up. Oh, Jesus, come on. I hate this thing. Oh my God. The squeaks out, I know. There are a few map changes, yeah, to this season. Couple of new POIs. Period. I feel like I had to lock in there. I know that was a bot, but I got nervous. You just never know these days. You know what I mean? You never know. Do you have best friends? You guys are my best friends. I mean, I have friends who don't live here anymore. They're my best friends. Yes. Nothing to buy. Hi, Jessica. How are you? Meow, meow, meow. Oh! Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. But who was? Oh, definitely Kelly. Probably. Or Holly. Actually, Holly. Holly, I think is my favorite dance mom. Because she was so real. Chair, do a solo. Who's gonna do? There's no one to do a solo. Chair, do a solo. After this round, we'll do it one more time. Yeah, we'll do the intro one more time after this round. Chair, do a solo. You know what I mean? And she was a baddie for that. Let me carry this for now. Hey, Margie, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Some either went up or down. I don't know. Now. Have any movie recommendations? I want to see that new movie with Dylan O'Brien, the one where they go on like that, they get lost on an island or whatever. It's like a horror movie. I want to see that movie. Anybody seen that one? I see it all over TikTok. I keep seeing TikTok clips of it. Girl. Oh, thank you, Jade. I appreciate it. Erase McAdams, yeah. I basically have seen the entire movie through TikTok at this point. I have not, Ash, no. I feel like I've seen basically the entire movie at this point. Prismatic's a good one, yeah. Honestly, any of them are good as like starter ones for sure. Forbidden Fruits look really good. Ooh. Sure, Ash. I mean, I'm happy to. I won't give my like live reaction because I have to look into it, but yeah. Oh, I don't care. What's it called again? I don't know what the name of the movie's called. I have no idea. Ooh. I have no idea. Send help, is it? Okay. I just have seen it all over TikTok. I'm not a big horror person, but that doesn't look like a horror movie to me. It looks more funny. Okay, don't, yeah, actually, hold this so we don't spoil them. I'm starving. Dylan's hot, yeah. Really, for Ram? Oh, I love that. Hey, thank you for the heart, me. Is it on streaming or is it on a like My childhood was good. Kind of like you got all the questions today. I love it. Love Dylan Teen Wolf. Yeah. With a twist, yeah. You can rent it on Prime. Okay. Richard talk about. Oh, Ash. Okay, T. Baby Jane Tao. Hi, Ava. Who's going over here? Damn, girl. I'm gonna report that username. 2 pink, 1 stink. Honey, the only thing that's gonna be stinking is you, because I know you're not washing your asshole. Now run it back. That was I just cannot. Most days I cannot. Like, I had 2 wins today. But damn. Damn, crazy. One Mo, I unfortunately do need to get off, baddies. I do. I know. I have to go to the pharmacy before they close. I gotta get these meds, baddies, or I will be screwed. Yeah, we did have 2 wins today, so I'll take that. I'll take that to the bank. So yes, I am sorry that we're ending a little bit early, baddies. We are ending a little early today, but we will be live on Sunday. We're not live tomorrow, but Sunday, we will be live again. So make sure to join us then, okay? I love you guys so much. Y'all are amazing people. You make me so happy. Thank you for choosing to hang out with me every day. It does help and mean a lot to me. And we'll be back around on Sunday. As a reminder, tomorrow is my day off, or not day off, but tomorrow I'm taking the day for other things and other shit that's going on. But we will be live on Sunday at our usual time. So thank you for being you. Thank you for being fabulous. We'll probably next week start doing earlier streams on TikTok as well, and just being live like the whole time on both platforms. Lily, thank you for the sub. That's probably my plan. But otherwise, I want to thank you so much for being you, for being fabulous, for being wonderful, everything in between. And I will, I'll talk to you guys on TikTok soon. And we're going to end out on Twitch by raiding on out. Brianna, happy almost birthday. Lots of love. Goodbye, TikTok. Have a beautiful night. Thank you for being you. Stay zesty. Adios. Bye, baddies. All right, we ended on TikTok. Let's raid on out. Let me see who we've got. Leviosa's live. We're going to Leviosa. Okay, we're going to Leviosa. All right, you guys know the drill. All right, we're going to Leviosa. I love you guys so much. Make sure to click in to join the raid, guys, because it doesn't always put you in the raid. You have to click in at the top of the chat. As you can see, it's not been adding everybody in, so make sure to click in. Please take care of yourselves. Do what you got to do. Let's even get to 100 people in on the raid, y'all, at the top. Just click in. If you are on mobile, it does not automatically put you in anymore, I've noticed. As you can see, because we have 200 people here, and it's only putting 79 in. So make sure to click in on that raid, or if you're a lurker, helps us out a lot. I love you so much. Take care of yourselves. Stay zesty. Stay fabulous. Have a beautiful Friday and a beautiful Saturday. I'll be posting on all the platforms, so you'll see. I might do an unboxing of these Pokemon cards that I'm gonna go pick up here in just a few. So you might see that tonight. So stay tuned. Otherwise, I love you lots. Adios and stay fabulous. Mwah. Bye, baddies. I love ya. Bow. See ya.